Let's get this shit. Let's watch some fucking stupid bullshit. Look, I took my acrylics off and I fucked up one of my nails. Like I literally just like tore half the nail off of my nail bed. Yeah, I gotta put some nail strengthener on, so I'm gonna do that while I just watch it. And oh, I do have a clue. I got a hard clue, so I'm gonna be doing that in a little bit. How did I know you were at Hounds? Because I haven't logged in all day. That's what we were doing last night, was it not?
I'll make the rest of your life sleeping with a door.
A monster. That's what we exposed nearly a year ago. A monster whose actions have impacted more than 15 innocent children. A monster who cares for no one but himself. He built an army of loyal followers, people willing to defend him at any cost. But that is not how this ends. Monsters like this survive in silence, and silence is something I refuse to give. I thought the story was finished, but it wasn't. Not because the truth changed, but because more voices
Thank you, Carly.
more victims came forward, more stories surfaced, and the full scope of the harm became impossible to ignore. It seems I can't help but call out real monsters. Well, if you haven't seen the previous expose videos, then this video is for you. But if you're looking for the original or older allegations, then consider revisiting the older videos. Nearly a year ago, I reported on a disturbing predatory individual who operated under several online aliases, but the story was far from over. Lord Picky, Picky Silly, Picky Paw, Pika RL, Spook RL, and Spooky Stud. At one point, he even went so far as to impersonate BlindShoot, a well-known VTuber. Picky openly assigned himself the title of God of Femboys. It wasn't just cringe, but also a warning sign.
Oh, sorry, I've got fucking YouTube ads today for some reason. I don't know why they came back all of a sudden, but they're fucking annoying. I gotta reinstall ad blocker or whatever.
What made this case especially powerful wasn't guessing or coincidence, but digital consistency. While people made
You block Origin? What do you think I have, Bank? What do you think I have? It just stopped working. Hold on, let me check my shit. Ah, I should have did this before I went live. I have Opera ad blocker. Where's my uBlock? YouTube Premium. Oh God. Hold on. It literally uninstalled my uBlock when Opera updated. What the helly? Did I do it myself? Kinda. Not really. The idea was mine. But my wife It helps me with my eyeliner most of the time because my hands are too spazzy to do it right. But I did redo this one. I had to erase some of it and redo it a little bit. So styly. Okay, I have you block now. I have you block. Let me restart the shiz.
YouTuber. Picky openly assigned himself the title of God of Vengeance. It wasn't just cringe, but also a warning sign. What made this case especially powerful wasn't guessing or coincidence, but digital consistency. While people may change names, online platforms and data logs don't forget nearly as easily. Using publicly available tools such as Steam ID Checker, one of my favorites, we were able to trace the owner's news PRL directly back to his current Steam profile, which is now operating under the name of Picky. Who would have guessed it? The account shows a continuous history that strongly indicates that it was not purchased or transferred, which Picky himself has tried to claim several different times. But this will not assist you in brushing off the allegations. The distinction matters because both Steam and Discord state in their terms of services that they prohibit buying or selling accounts. Violations typically result in swift enforcement actions, including a permanent ban. In other words, Picky wouldn't have been able to borrow a new identity or buy a new account as he claims. It was the same individual, just attempting to outrun his past, while unknowingly leaving it fully intact. And that pattern of constant rebranding without accountability is something we've seen way too much recently. I'm gonna be so I hate it.
Go do the hard clue. Shit. I don't know why that got me. That got me. Okay, I'll do it. What if I just sit all stream, 3-hour stream with the clue in my inventory? I never do it. Oh, God. Okay, I'll do it. After this kill.
My first thing documenting Picky's behavior was imperfect to my own standards today, but it was factual information. It showed that
Put a clue there in OBS.
several underage individuals while being adult. These interactions were previously documented in detail by Barksy Run through archived Twitter threads and screenshots. None of this information was speculation. It had already been carefully documented by Barksy Run in said Twitter threads. However, the video never truly reached Piggy's audience because every attempt to reference or share this video was quickly and quietly buried by moderation systems, effectively just disappearing into the void by Piggy's command.
Yes, Les Case was never here. He's just Batman waiting, lurking in the dark, pulling screenshots from thin air.
I originally reported this case to the NCFC. I was informed that the report had been received in review and was actively being investigated. The appropriate steps had been taken, but Picky himself confirmed the same in his post on X, shortly before disappearing on all public social media, and he is now back yet again. But that is not where this ends. I will continue until there is a real accountability, because the harm that Picky caused to younger people is very real, and everyone watching and everyone speaking up knows that it's real as well. Picky regularly uploaded inappropriate and low-effort shorts to YouTube. Today I'm going to be reacting to How I Look at Bro by Picky Silly. Oh my goodness, I can't wait. His audience was used to consuming only this explicit fanboy slop and brain rot, and as a result, my video was immediately met with coordinated pushback. His audience, highly unstable and aggressively loyal, accepted his narrative without question. Any mention of my video was mass deleted at Picky's command. Rather than addressing the allegations head on, he relied on suppressing any others speaking out. And for a significant period, he refused to respond to the allegations at all because the evidence presented was so difficult to dispute. Eventually, Picky attempted to publish a response video. That response video was quickly and thoroughly debunked in my second video. Not long after, his video was removed by YouTube for child endangerment.
I can't take this serious, I'm sorry. That's so stupid, man. Drama's always so goddamn stupid. Next time you make a video, at least don't censor everything. Try to use some actual legitimate proof.
Your wish is granted. Here's a video with even more proof. During this first period, members of this community escalated from harassment through direct threats. These included threats against my partner Stormina and myself, ranging from violent intimidation of SA, attempted doxing, claims that they possessed and posted images of my real house in their Discord. Some supporters reposted videos containing explicit violent threats.
I will make sure this is all more fun. Silk shows I'll make the rest of your life sleeping with it. Just so you know, there'll be more than blood. Laughing as I drain your wife of her. No, nothing more. I'll laugh as you cry.
This was not isolated behavior. It was the environment that flourished.
What is going on?
Take additional precautions during
Yeah,
this time.
2K spades. Hell yeah. I need more.
Gaining over 10,000 additional members in my first video. What had been shown throughout this case is a complete absence of accountability, a willingness to rebrand, reflect, and continue on as if nothing ever happened. A behavior like this does not simply disappear. My goal here is not to speak for the victims, but to reach the audience still supporting Picky, to ask them to pause and consider the impact on the children involved, as well as the impact on my partner and myself, to consider the feelings of the people targeted for speaking out, and to consider the fact that this case has already drawn the attention of hundreds of thousands of others, including the authorities. That matters. It should matter to anyone still watching.
You want to see my arrow stack? Hold up. What now? What, the one in my quiver or the one in my bank?
Rocket League profile profiles, Twitch accounts, and Steam data links show that Spookyster, SpookRL, PeakRL, Picky, and all of these other usernames are tied to one individual Steam account. But you have to remember that all of this information is coming from a random white boy, so surely it's not sustainable or proper information, right? Right? I'm digging your grave even further full of context. So by now, we all know that SpookRL is Picky for certain due to his previous Steam usernames. So I guess Picky's story of buying the account off of someone falls apart real quick. I had also really never put two and two together that RL stood for Rocket League. I must be incredibly slow. PeakRL, SpookRL, all of these Rocket League oriented names, and I never put RL together. Really. As of the 15th of December,
Stream snipes me.
further suggesting evidence of going into hiding. But here's what I click noted from these posts.
Yeah,
prior to
come
publishing.
get me.
Before Picky's
Come
succeeded
gut
the
me,
18
please.
obsessed with Rocket League, and
Please.
unhealthy amount of hours in game wisdom. But even back then, back in October 23rd of 2019, looking at these messages, there was clear emotion. Someone who would cheer on consistency. Someone who encouraged others. But Spookyster quickly changed. Spookyster was gone, transitioning into a monster we now know as SpookRL towards the end of 2019. Whatever has caused this
Got a laser on my forehead.
Purchase collapsed even under minimal scrutiny. In 2019, under the SpookRL identity, Picky was already involved in scamming behavior with the Rocket League community. Public call-out posts documenting this behavior have remained archived.
How was my day today? It was okay. I was just really tired all day. Just super tired. I still haven't gotten my missing wages as a check. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but it's really lame. It's like giga lame. What? Oh, I thought I had to fight a mage for this one. She's totally cheating on this clue. Prove it. Fucking prove it. But yeah, last night I made some sloppy joe. And then today I had some noodles and a bunch of greens. Video evidence of you looking up the wiki page. It's fake news. It's fake news. Yeah, Sloppy Jane. Sloppy Jane. It was girl dinner at this restaurant, so I ate half off after work. Oh my gosh. What do you mean girl dinner? Did they just serve you like 7 peas or something? Girl dinner to me. You want to know what girl dinner looks like? Girl dinner. Yeah, that's girl dinner right there. That's girl dinner. They called it girl dinner? Homina? They did a special for ladies night? How cute. Called it girl dinner. Shit. I probably would have gotten discriminated against. Hey, yeah, that's a cute idea though. What did you actually eat? What did you actually have?
2020, Bugsy Run published further evidence showing SpookRL engaging in several explicit conversations with multiple individuals under the legal age of consent, including sending explicit images and attempting to justify his behavior by referencing Germany's age of consent, despite sending illegal material that clearly violated the law. While Picky is the main focus of this video.
Chicken sandwich. Oh, look at the lava sperm. Look at that. Look at the big lava sperm. Oh my god, that's crazy. I used to get a chicken sandwich from Wendy's all the time. Well, every birthday for a few years. I would get a Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich with extra pickles. And yeah, I can't remember if I would get curly fries. I don't know if they have curly fries. But that and a fucking milkshake, like a large chocolate milkshake. Oh my god.
I do quickly want to note that Bugsy Run, the creator of the Picky threads, is not innocent themselves, as I had originally thought they were. It turns out that there are 3 different documents of predatory behavior being alleged against Bugsy Run, so they are not a hero by any means. I will return to Bugsy Run's allegations someday in the future. Spook, aka Picky, requested various...
Spicy chicken is the best thing at Wendy's. For some reason, that location in Michigan, they made it so perfect. Like, it was just juicy. It was always hot and juicy and crunchy on the outside. And, oh, it's just incredible. Incredible. But, you know, I've ordered it in different places that I've lived. And some places it's kind of it's kind of dry, or like it tastes like it's been sitting there for a couple hours, and that sucks big booty hole. So, but on occasion I'll get it. Now I'm craving chicken sandwiches. Oh my god.
Explicit favors, such as requesting the victim send him their explicit goop, begging Fisco to see.
Yeah, milky shake. Normally I'll just get like a vanilla shake or a chocolate shake. Chicken never misses at them. Hurte?
For $200, and Picky talks about covering his own bet in goop. These were not misunderstandings, they were repeated escalated choices, allegation under every username that Picky chose. And while the age of consent is exceptionally lower,
Milky shake. Milky shake. Gotta drink your milky shake.
Completely eradicating the concept of it being within legality. You became a predator, and yet Spook is clearly self-aware, talking about going to jail. Truthfully, you do deserve jail. Spook continued to roleplay with his victim in explicit displays, making a keep out of himself even further. Spook had gotten into another inappropriate and explicit friendship with another child, who was 5 years below the legal age of consent, while Spook themselves was 18, possibly 19 at the moment in time, immediately destroying the age of consent excuse. He talks about the victim, and talks about how he's getting split around him. Now let's not forget that this is just a couple of months after the last victim. Spook would also use self-damage as a form of control, threatening himself if the victim wouldn't speak and call at him.
You were late for a Discord call again, kitten.
Eventually, Spook manipulated this victim into getting into a relationship with him, unsuccessfully, might I add.
Yo, what? Earth battle staff drop? That's a free 9k, what the fuck? If a man carried my burden, leaves you. I can't remember which one this is. Oh, I remember.
Spook had become, and in the end, Spook acknowledged their wrongdoings in a massive Discord post.
Carly, should I just do ASMR? Like, should I just make like a mommy ASMR channel? It'll encourage me to do voice training anyway.
Under the Pika RL identity, Picky expanded his presence while continuing deceptive behavior. During the outbreak of war in Ukraine, Pika RL falsely.
You should just moan into the mic.
Despite previously identifying as German.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be back in a moment. Okay, Pika's gonna be back in a moment. I'm not gonna be back. What's has to deal with
I'll do it.
Ukrainian
I'll do
crisis.
it.
So I'm gonna be back in a second. I'm gonna end stream and Pika's gonna be here in a minute. Okay, Whatski says, hope you enjoyed the stream. Whatski's gonna be gone.
I mean, by ASMR, I mean like spicy. Spicy. Mine and Carly's suggestions together. Yeah, I'll do like hot goth anime girl impersonates a cicada while moaning. That'll be make bug noises. I'll do it all at once. I'll make like cricket noises.
And even then, it was pretty easy to tell that Pika was faking this accent. Literally everyone knew it too. It was like Pika had began disassociating, gaining a new personality, and that personality just so happened to be named after Bark's run, the person who exposed Pika. This false narrative about being Ukrainian was supposed to be used to solicit sympathy
Okay,
and
bet.
the audience. When exposed by another creator named Vitsa and challenged for the controversy, Pika RL banned critics changed the wording publicly and later bragged that no action had been taken against him, treating the lack of immediate enforcement as validation rather than accountability. Let me just say that it is not a flex in any way that you managed to not get banned on Twitch. Twitch is notorious for having zero practicality when it comes to banning those who deserve it. You took advantage of a real tragedy and profited off of it. A tragedy that genuinely affected other humans, and you used it for your own gain. It doesn't get more ban-worthy than that. Even now, Picky continues to solicit money from his audience through Ko-Fi, earning an estimated minimum of $2,000 per month. In order to make these funds, he has made repeatedly false claims about his identity, including his race, disability status, nationality, and narratives that have all been publicly disproven with evidence. Despite multiple reports outlining his behavior and documented history, the Ko-Fi page still remains active. Picky's community members have also reported that those who refuse to donate are promptly banned without hesitation. And of course,
What sound does a squirrel make? I'll show you. I will show you. Hi, Flathead. Butternut's watching my stream. How cute. Flathead is in the stream. Thank you. Can you imitate it? I just did. Did you not hear me? Did you? Is that a squirrel? Yes, it is. It is a squirrel. I guess my imitation was so like perfect that Carly doesn't even know that it was me doing it. Yo, play it back. Play it back. Got a clue from 2 hellhounds? Oh my gosh. Well, you might as well do it now so that we can go back to so that we can go back at around the same time, you know.
All know how donations make Picky feel.
Like, people are like, oh, I donated, he's gonna thank me now, and I just go, oh my god, is that $5?
The people at the time knew what kind of monster Pika was prior to this happening, due to the allegations catching up with him from the previous username of SpookRL. But not just those allegations, but also the new ones that Barksy had just posted. Pika had attempted to get into a relationship with yet another underage victim, even though said victim already had a partner at the time, and Pika had already known this to be the case. Pika knew exactly what they were doing, how they were affecting this person and the partner, and how inappropriate.
You just got 60 range, GC flathead, red d'hide. Honestly, it looks sick. Like, red d'hide always looks so badass. You paused the squirrels and I got him on camera walking away. What do you mean? You got who on camera walking away?
Truly were, talking about giving control to the victim under certain circumstances, and asking repeatedly why it's wrong for Pika to give contact, and using family as an example.
Oh, butternut. What? Cause he doesn't want to watch me unless there's squirrels. Oh, butternut. He lost interest. Okay, hold up. What about this? Do you know that fish tank show from Ed, Edd n Eddy? That sounds like very familiar, like oddly very familiar, but I don't think I remember much about it. I watched a lot of Ed, Edd n Eddy growing up. You love my tattoos, thank you. Thank you, Flathead. This one was a bitch. This one.
Family is blood related, and Pika, you aren't blood related.
Okay, we can't be cat streaming.
Why can't I?
the whole stream.
What? There are a total of 24 screenshots of Pika attempting to force this physical contact and relationship.
What is this, a stream for cats? What the fuck?
This victim. It's genuinely creepy and disgusting. Another thing worth mentioning is Barksy talks about how Pika would get his fan base to defend him, but this is a common habit that continues even to this day. A coward hiding behind degeneracy, a VTuber mask with the darkest of intentions. But even back in 2022, Pika was talking with another victim who's linked directly to his current account, where it's clearly stated, everyone is having fun while Pika is alone, which confirms that Pika's account wasn't purchased yet again. There are tons of clips online under the Rocket League community showing Pika RL playing Rocket League, and even using a
The burbs were fire.
the identical voice to
Okay, we can watch some Leslie the Bird, I forget what her channel is called. Leslie the Bird Nerd? I don't think it rhymes. Leslie the Bird. Fuck, dude. That's bugging me that I'm blanking on that.
He himself today.
Like, bro, I can do flicks that don't exist. I don't even, guys, what was that? Ah, guys, I made a new YouTube channel. It's called Picky VA.
And clips on YouTube where Pika is constantly in 1v1s in Rocket League. And to this day, Pika RL's TikToks remain up, a reminder of the dark past that Picky carries with him. I mean, my community even created a server predator bingo card to show you how awful this guy is. Take a look at this. The guy fills nearly every role. Now, I guess we can add Roblox to the list now, too. That makes 3 bingos. Let's go. Where's everybody going? Bingo? I'm sorry.
In another video uploaded to YouTube titled The True Downfall of Pika RL/Lord Pixie by Tonic, a lot of older unavailable information is revealed and uncensored. But there was one part in particular that I wanted to point out. In the first minute of the video, there are some icons shown in this video, specifically of Pika RL's old profiles on Twitch. These specific icons just so happen to be an identical match to the previously used Steam icons on Picky's current Steam. When I tell you that Picky is arguably one of the most racist individuals I've ever laid my eyes on.
Listen, I like the rune plate body. Like, that's good. That's very good alkables right there. I'm happy with that. I'm actually very happy with that. Clue loot. That's one of the best ones I've gotten recently.
It is entirely true. Everything has to be related to a certain dictator or just straight up insulting people of color. Even creators
I
like
did
Show
get
Steve.
69 laws. I saw that. 69 laws. It's cray cray. Cray cray. Wait, center relevant video. We like watching birds. Butternut. Oh my gosh. Flat. Lamau 69 dope. That's good. Up, I gotta like. Wait, I can just fucking go in here.
All this racism is coming from a white German boy, by the way.
You called me white even though I'm black? You're black.
Again, you're not black, you're white. So I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Go reality check. Go straight to prison.
You're fucking whitewashing me? I think that's like the hill of lies.
But you gotta remember, Piggy claims he's totally not transphobic, racist, or sexist, right? What? If you guys see a post by some random called Boxy, just know it's completely fake and baseless, just like my entire life. As I said before, I barely even talk to people, and I was never really active anywhere, despite previously admitting to the allegations under my Spook RL name. Yeah, I guess I did do that.
Carly, you got a D-chain again. Oh my gosh. Wait, I want to check out Carly's drip. What the fuck? When was I getting away? What the? I wasn't running away. That's the one you got? From the drop? I thought you sold it. I thought you sold it. 2KC. You look crazy. That's max melee right there. That's nuts. That's nuts. So powerful. What the?
Of things trying to cancel me, but I refuse to go into detail because I'm a predator. I just like to say that this excuse Pika gave years ago is the same one that he gave to me and his current audience. With a new VTuber avatar and refined aesthetic, Piggy shifted focus to mass-producing explicit femboy content slop on YouTube and Twitch. He did not draw the artwork that he used. The majority of it was scrapped or stolen from other artists. Artists like Noon later came forward in my previous video's comment section after discovering that their artwork had been reposted, dubbed over, and monetized without consent. When copyright claims were filed, Piggy responded with public meltdowns and false accusations. You can probably guess how the Twitter folks reacted to the irony of Piggy calling Noon a predator. Yeah, it went like this. They've become a well-renowned artist thief even beyond Noon's work. Following my videos documenting Piggy's behavior, Piggy began releasing his own documents and videos accusing others of similar predatory conduct, including server owners and YouTube creators such as Noon, Belkian, Linechu, Bungo Taiga, and Fuwafa, some of whom are literally victims of Piggy themselves. Desperate to be relevant.
Yeah, she just can't help herself around me.
More, are we? Now, to be clear, I am not endorsing or dismissing the allegations against any of these creators. I have not independently reviewed these claims. What matters here is Piggy's behavior. His only consistent valid criticism is related to titles and thumbnails of these other creators. Beyond that, though, there is no indication that these actions were motivated by genuine concern for children. A clear example of this shift can be seen in Piggy's response to the controversy involving Schlepp and Roblox, where Roblox faced criticism over its handling of predatory activity on the platform. You can probably guess where Piggy's allegiance landed. Now, what mistakes did Schlepp cause by being a victim on the platform of Roblox exactly? Because I'm sorry, you must have been hit by a brick when you were younger. Rather than expressing concerns for victims or contributing constructively, Piggy inserted himself into the situation with commentary designed to provoke engagement. A serious issue was reframed into an opportunity for attention. And so I went ahead and I sent Schlepp the message. And Schlepp, of course, responded with Lamau, and honestly, there's no better way to respond. Doubling down, advocating for Schlepp means that pretending to be a decoy to lure people out of Roblox and meet up with them is not a rule break. Schlepp has given a one-to-one guide for predators. What are you saying, bro? This has to be rage bait. Like, I know you do it for clicks, but my brother, you linked Roblox's market value as if it provided any context to your statement. I'm so done, dude. Arguably, this self-admitted allegation makes Piggy stand out from the rest of the monsters that I've covered. In my second video, I documented additional incidents dating back roughly 2 years ago. This included continued predatory behavior towards underage individuals, and an instance in which Piggy admitted in the general chat of his own Discord server that he had begun forcing others to do his will physically. No wasn't an option anymore. Piggy admitted that those thoughts turned into actions. Then Piggy went to a park by bus and recognized the girl at the stop. He admits to snapping and following this girl until he pulled this girl into an alleyway, tore her clothing from her, and admitted to her. Multiple victims described being targeted while under the age of consent. Piggy requested explicit recordings, sent explicit images, and attempted to isolate victims emotionally. In each case, the same pattern appears: awareness of age, continued pursuit, explicit escalation, and manipulation. Piggy had attempted to get with several children under the new alias. The first was 3 years below the legal age of consent, while Piggy themselves was.
Did you know the kid in Varrock is one letter off from your name? Yes, I'm aware. Shylop. I'm going Shylop mode every time I stream because it's slop content. Did you know Shiloh Village is also one letter off? Yo, Ranger Boots, that's crazy looking. Oh my god. Thank you, Carly. Look at that. What the fuck? 153 range bumps. Yo, what the fuck? Shylop is a sick name. It's very close to being Schlop, which is crazy. Yeah, I got him geeked out. I'm so geeked right now. Look at me. Holy shit. Shylop content. I don't care about this fucking Predator video right now. Let's watch MREs. That's gonna be way better content. Way better. Yeah, we're gonna go goon at Hellies. The Hellhounds love us, you know, they're furries.
This is a Chinese People's Liberation Army Type 20A cold climate compressed food ration. Now weighing in at 325 grams yet containing 1,300 calories. This is a really compact ration. 6 different
No
components.
Dusty Kiwa, you better get one.
Here, but this thing talks about what is in the ration and how it's used for the first 3 days of combat. 24-month shelf life. Breaks down again about 1,300 calories. That's kilojoules if you convert it. 39 grams of protein, 48 grams of fat, and 194 grams of carbohydrate. It's a foil laminate pack, waterproof. You can eat this whole thing in a cold climate. It won't freeze because it's compressed food and relatively advanced. It's come a long way since the 761 compressed biscuit from 7.
Hi, Hardy.
Big metal can, tear notch at the top or the bottom there. You can open it either end and press down here. Like this. The bars.
That's sniff. That sniff is what I'm talking about. Like, you know, if you ain't sniffing armpits like that, what are you doing?
Are accentuated, amplified, sweet.
Oh, do you wanna drive me, Carly? I'm lazy.
Deep butter smell, like a shortening that is just almost unbelievable. Very notable. It'll make you hungry when you smell it. Anti-fatigue food. What makes them anti-fatigue food is their enrichment. Like when you eat them, you'll notice it's just ginseng, most likely soy protein, wheat gluten, palm oil, sugar. These, look at this, black fungus
It's probably bomb, but black fungus bar is crazy. Yo, that's gotta make you smell wild. Black fungus bar.
Black fungus compressed food bar. That's going to be cloud ear, which helps with your circulation, anti-inflammatory, immunity, gut health. It's good for you. It'll keep you healthy. Out in the field. Great in an Arctic climate. High altitude. Like what this is designed for. This thing, the tape up there, straight open.
I'm crying. The way he's talking about it is that's so fucking funny, man.
Side, it's like a water-resistant paper pack. That is anti-fatigue food, anti-hypoxia. Most likely, this is anti-fatigue food. It's a great carbohydrate source too. This is 10 grams of honey.
Oh my god.
Energy block. Most likely, this is anti-fatigue.
It's oh, it's fucking anti-scurvy too. It's fucking anti-cancer.
Food. Great carbohydrate
Oh
source
my
too. This is 10 grams of honey.
I'm actually crying. That's crazy.
Energy block. And 20 grams of meat jerky. This pork. Alright, let's get this out onto a tray. Nice. Okay, let's first start off by checking out a bar. Anti-fatigue food bar. Compressed. These are
It's something they'd sell at head
probably
shops,
250
yeah.
calories each, would be my guess. And here.
Oh,
You can
good
break
lord.
these things into individual bites. They're scored. Oh, now I'll tear it open. Go that way. Gosh, the aroma, the shortening smell, and malt, like a sweet and buttery, nutty malt cookie. Very inviting. The black fungus bar.
The aroma, very inviting.
Look at that. It's a dark brand.
Women. Fucking women.
That's even more brilliant of a smell. It's so sweet. It's bizarre and awesome. It's like, I wish these things were easier to get. I wish I could buy them all the time. I'm telling you, this is amazing. Look at that. You have to tear it this way. Or bend it. Opens easily that way. The other way is how you break the bars individually. The jerky. 20 grams. Those are glistening. It looks like it's sprayed with sugar or something. It is a pretty strong smell. Wow, it even gets on your fingers. That is an accentuated, savory meat smell. Look at that thing. Chocolate. It smells like a brilliant cocoa powder. Compressed
That thing looks like a plank on here. Yeah, it's literally a RuneScape plank right now.
chocolate sugar cube.
Oh my
Similar to
god.
these. And then some honey. I'm gonna just put that on a bar as well. And this thing, it's just like the kind of thing you'd want to eat first. You wouldn't want to set it down either. You'd want to eat it real quick. It's like a syrup. Cold climate. I wonder if that would freeze or stick to your lips. Suppose it wouldn't. Wouldn't need as much water to put it down. I wonder how thirst-provoking this ration is. High altitude, Arctic climate. Water isn't always so easy to get. Snow, melting it, not a guarantee. Might not even be around. Might be low on water. This thing used in the first treat.
Yo, this person's name is Podiatrist. My toe is fungus. Help. Good luck. Bless black fungus is crazy. Turpifine 250 for 3 months, yo. Thank you. I'm losing my toenails. Let me actually write that shit down. Hold on. Oh shit. Clip that. Clip that. For her health, clip that. I got it written down. I got all the deets.
3 days of combat. It's almost like a Chinese FSR.
Hi Jiglum. Oh my god, hi Jiglum.
Climates. A single meal variant. Ooh, it smells like honey. And I still smell beef or pork on my fingers. Here, you have to squeeze that through here.
I smell like beef. My toes smell like beef and honey.
Here, I guess. Let's see. That is syrupy. Yeah, messy. Look at that. Looks like a jelly bar. Here, let's try it out. A soft
Oh my god.
red bean. Like a nice amber honey sweetness. A very light sugary crunch.
Oh my god, it's Catboy. Hi Catboy. I've never seen you type in my stream before. What's up, Dad?
Sugar on our crunchy pieces at the bottom. It's like a buttery honey bean chew. It's like a dessert bean. It's unbelievably delicious. Yeah, you'd want to eat that first. Give you a great boost of
What, Carly? What? What's happening? Oh, it's fungus. Yo, no way. No fucking way. Thank you, Wark. Oh my god. Podiatrist asked if the girl with the toe fungus is streaming right now. Oh shit. Oh, that was funny. That was fucking funny.
And the anti-fatigue dry food.
Didn't mean to call you out. No, it's fine. It's fine. My toes were totally normal. They were totally normal like fucking a year ago, and it's just been going downhill.
A malt and grain that is paired with a palm oil.
I mean, but you kind of gotta be judgmental to fix the problem. You know, if you're not judgmental, you're like, oh, it's fine. Toe fungus, that's fine. You'll be fine. We don't gotta fix that.
Sugar and a light spice.
Oh god, that girl with the toe fungus. I should really rename my stream title. Hold on, let me. How do I do this shit? Oh, I'd have to log into YouTube. Fuck that. Next stream, the title's gonna be that girl with the toe fungus. That goes crazy.
Let's see if it can turn into a porridge. Soften up. Take a little bran, whatever this is. Let's try this out.
Instead of a dragon tattoo. Yeah, I mean the stress and complexities that it's caused me in my life. You could literally, you could write a movie script. we should make a movie. The girl with the toe fungus. That's crazy.
Softer press, easier to chew. I want it to soak and see if you can make a thin porridge. Check it out. You can make a cereal with it. It'd be great for breakfast that way. Or at night. You put the honey in there. You'd probably even put the meat in there, the whole bit, the chocolate cube. Smells like a fruity cocoa, like a high quality cacao and sugar press. It seems like it has like a fruit. Very good. Sweet. Absolutely amazing. It really is. Nice little morale boost.
Yeah, so I mean the amount of like crust I can scrape out of underneath and around my fungus nails, that you could compress it into a bar and it would look just like this. Like it would actually look just like this.
5 grams. It's sparing. You just
Are you in the USA? I don't know if Podiatrist is watching this stream right now, but I am. I'm in.
maybe a little weird chocolate cube, but I'd save that thing for last or something. Who knows? This is non-thirst provoking, lightly sweet, high shortening content, and flavorful.
You can probably schedule with private practice podiatry without a referral. Really? Really? That's sweet. Yeah, I didn't know that. I figured I'd need a referral. I did talk to this lady. This was like a year ago, like right when right when I started noticing something changing. She was also a practicing podiatrist, and she told me to soak my feet in apple cider vinegar. I never did that shit. I never did that. I don't know if it would work or not, if she was just blowing smoke up my ass. But yeah, I mean, I trusted that lady though. I totally trust her with my life, so I can't imagine she'd lie to me about feet.
A rich malted bran with what is almost like a raisin bran, compressed raisin bran bar without the raisins. It tastes like a cereal bar, and it pretty much is good. I mean, it just tastes like eating cereal without the milk. But then you got like a fat instead. The way it reformulates is just unbelievably appealing. It's a great compressed food bar. It's definitely China's best so far, both of these. This, probably high in soy protein. It's in there. Wheat gluten.
RuneScape doc coming in clutch. Hey, you never know who you're gonna meet on this game. That would hurt so fucking much. What, the apple cider vinegar? Oh my god. Zuzu cough cameo, yeah. All the time, all the time. It's one of my comfort noises. Why are you saying sorry? I mean that. I mean that. If my wife isn't here coughing, then I don't feel like I'm alive.
Oil, sugar.
Need to harvest that and make energy potions out of it? That's crazy. That's crazy, Chicklum. Oh my god.
This would be great. Hot water, you'd hydrate.
What does my wife look like? I mean, she probably doesn't want to come on stream right now, but she came on stream on one of my other streams if you look back at my
Let that
VODs.
soak for another minute. Over there. This ration just two a
Carly.
day would probably do it, really. You barely need water for putting this down. The smell
We can
of these
literally
bars,
see her.
keep
Okay,
coming back
okay.
just for that, let alone the flavor and texture of it too. Oh hey, forgot about the honey. This will be exciting. Check that out. It's a dark honey.
That's the goal, Carly. That
Ginger.
is 100%
Smell it.
the goal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's part of the goal.
Thick,
That's the first step
sweet,
of the goal.
Spicy ginger honey. Little piece of ginger pulp. Best bite
Yo,
of the
she's
whole thing.
splashing it. That's crazy. Hold on.
That's what good pussy sounds like.
That's what I imagine every time you do that. Every single time you do that.
The way that breaks down and expands, mixes with that thick, spicy ginger honey. It's a rich, sweet honey. Earthy, with an earthy brand. With the fat and the sugar, and the way that all binds. That is one of the most delicious things I've ever had. Chocolate with this. Unreal. A cube is like a chocolate concentrate. This is so filling and satisfying. There's nothing off-putting about it. This is your beverage base. Like that would be your drink.
I'm gonna start calling you Squirt Gun. What the? What the helly?
This and like a metal cup and a Coleman cooker or something. And these Chinese.
Oh my
PLA
gosh,
sauces.
Carly,
They
holy
don't have
shit.
something like that or compressed fuel tablets or something to melt snow. If snow is available up on the mountain, it might be dry. Or ice shards, icicles, you gotta pick the things and then maybe even like filter it and purify it. Who knows? It could be filthy. You know, the water would be at a premium, be my guess. And that is like a delicious porridge. It's very thin. Yeah, the meat jerky. This right here, I think I'm gonna save it, you know, for later. The Chinese PLA.
Yo,
Type
and you're
28.
charging? That's crazy. She's charging up her squirts. What the fuck?
Cold climate compressed food ration. Absolutely fantastic. Except for this. I'll pass on it, really. It's just being what's essentially like a first rate ration, like an FSR or a C car used for the first 3 days of combat. An
Your
option
clue
of
was
theirs
dookie.
to take
Rep.
this thing or the Type 20
My clue was
climate,
my clue was
which
pretty
is a
good.
self-heating
It was
meal,
pretty
weighs
good.
Twice as much, takes up twice as much space, and has like the same calorie content. And that's the whole point. This is an excellent option for when pack weight reduction is a priority, and you know a soldier's got to carry a little bit extra, something else, equipment, etc., to be of the main focus as opposed to food. This thing would be eaten first, and then hot meals would come in after, and that'd be self-heating meals.
Once I'm done cooking these lobbies, I'll have enough for to feed the entire server. How many are you cooking, Jiglum? Troutfoot. I got Troutfoot. Okay, I do have to go for a second to take my meds and take a pee, but after I do that, I'm gonna come back to put nail strengthener on my nails because they're really weak right now. after taking off my acrylics. I'll have 60k after 99. What the fuck? Dude, where are you getting all of these lobbies? Where are you getting the lobsters from? Take a pee, don't take one of mine. I'll take one of everybody's, please. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I will BRB. Let me put a video on so it's not just dead quiet. How long is this bird video? How long is this? This video is pretty much over. It's just food bars. I like the ones that are like actually prepared meals.
We like watching birds. It's a pastime.
Oh, it's only a minute. That ain't long enough. I can't speedrun this shit. Okay, let's you know, let's fucking educate. Let's educate today. People sell them to me from the market, thankfully. Oh man. I should really buy some lobbies and stuff. Yeah, get my cooking level up would be sweet.
Oh yeah, you want to transition? Would you abandon your child to do so?
Wait, what? Yeah, Nazis are pretty f***ing gay. Lady in the Trans podcast.
Okay, I will be right back. Holy fuck.
Where we believe in science. We don't believe in God. Only science. Science will solve all the problems. That's the trans agenda.
Trans people in science gonna save the day.
Solve the problems with us. With science. Science, bitch.
It's my trans agenda. I'm returning trans. Hello and welcome.
To Lady in the Trans podcast.
I am a lady.
And I have back problems.
Oh, me too. I'm Chloe. Just by the way.
I'm Laura.
Yeah, those are our human names. I felt like today it might be useful to have a little explainer for trans terminology.
More people should know about the terminology.
People should have a place they can go to learn what words mean.
I agree.
And so not only are we going to talk about what the words mean, we are also going to talk about where they came from, who invented them, why they were invented, do a little etymology, some of that type of fun stuff.
Yes.
And you're going to be like, oh, what, I know everything about being trans now.
Yeah, and hopefully people will have conversations that are less confusing for both parties after this episode.
So just to lay it out, the words that we will be talking about, cisgender,
Yes.
right, versus transgender, and like what the fuck is going on there? The terms AMAB and AFAB, the word TERF or gender critical, the words birthing person, pregnant person, and chest feeding, why those words came into being, what they're used for, non-binary versus gender fluid versus gender non-conforming versus gender queer. We're gonna talk about what the difference is between all those, why we have so many things. There's also like a bunch of other ones that like sort of come in there, like gender.
Okay, so I actually would like to commentate on this video, so we need like brain dead content, so hold on. Let's do this shit.
There is no passion.
Нет страсти.
Much better.
Чисто рабочий поцелуй.
Это точно, это точно.
Ведь когда мужчина мужчину целует, это не обязательно какой-то разврат. Это уважение.
Ну, безусловно.
Ведь наш генеральный секретарь ведь не потому, что он ему так как сексуально нравился, а потому, что он его уважал. Это же исконно русское наш поцелуй.
Безусловно.
Давайте мы прямо сейчас с вами поцелуемся, чтобы показать, что это нормально. В уста, как русские.
Guys, it's not gay, guys, because wait, they're not doing it sexually. It's out of respect. Of course.
Да.
Давайте.
Нет, ну,
Давайте.
собственно,
They said no homo after. Fucking AI slopped it.
Абсолютно нормально.
почему нет?
Что такого? Со мной стоит
Wait, did that actually happen? Bro, use gaslighting skill. Jesus Christ.
Let's take my jacket off to get to do with getting hot. This is very good. 8 out of 10.
Can I get a French onion soup, please? Can I get a French onion soup, please?
Try decreasing 100 pounds, dip fuck.
Excuse me? Could you clean up your language, please?
Struggling. Not even McDonald's wants to fucking hire me. No!
Do people actually actually care about cursing too much? Like, genuinely? Boss.
Nobody wants to fucking. Don't crash out, Nova. Do not fucking crash out on your last fucking video. That's what job withdrawal fucking does to me.
Yes?
I've been going a month and a half without a fucking job, and I'm fucking sick of it! This is not a drill. This is not a fucking drill. This is not a fucking drill. My main account.
Depends on the business you are into.
My main account just got hacked. I am really working really hard to get it back. I am so under so much fucking stress right now.
You can't open the bingo. It's probably the hashtag. You have to copy and paste it. I never curse if I'm around kids. That's for sure. Yeah. But if I'm in a restaurant and there's no kids nearby, I don't care. I'm cursing, bro. I genuinely, dude. My bad.
The server got nuked.
The server got nuked.
You do it. Come on. Come on.
Oh my.
Get my car. Come on. If that's possible, come on. Come on.
Is this the UK? Is this British?
How long can you do that for? Come on. Oh, fucking car. Give me my fucking car. Get in my car. Get in your fucking shit and fuck off.
Alright, British.
Fucking dare you. What are you doing? Come on. Come on. Fucking get my car. Come on. If that's possible, come on. Come on. Come on. How long can you?
I don't see it. Guys, I don't see the British. Oh, I see it.
Come on. Oh, fucking car. Give me my fucking car. Get in my car. Get in your fucking shit and fuck off. Fucking dare you.
Oh my god. She dead. Oh my god. She dead, bro. She dead. That fall was bad. Oh god, that fall was so fucking bad. What is happening? What is happening?
Good afternoon, people. Here's my exhibition soloist presentation.
Hey, I have a
Hope you
question.
enjoy.
Are you like the sniper monkey from Bloom's Tower Defense?
No, but he is though. No, but I can see it though. Oh my god.
Are you a real school shooter?
Of course. Wow. Oh my. Okay. Thank God the other person like stopped talking. Jesus. Let the man cook. Let the man cook. Oh no, here it is. Car crash. How the fuck is he going the wrong fucking way? What? Amazon! Shut up, dude! Dog? Dog cam? Oh shit! What the hell? Did he go this car so fast? That was like... The adrenaline rush must be insane. Don't even hear the feet in this ground. Dude! How the fuck?
They be having curtains and shit.
Well, yeah, that's my grandma's crib, so.
Shit, I knew it. My grandma got hella curtains. Curtain on these. Oh my god! They be having.
Oh, so small! Ah, so cute!
You can be mad at me all you want, but you can't be on mom's phone Googling anime lesbians and not know how to delete your search history
That's true. That's true.
You gotta be smarter than that. You can be mad at me.
W parent.
John, just do it. Just. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, oh,
no.
oh.
No.
What?
What the hell is this? What the hell is this?
Whoa,
Hey,
whoa,
hey,
whoa,
hey, hey,
whoa.
hey, what the hell is that? What the hell am I doing with John? No. We don't talk about that. Are we?
Hey,
John, just.
yo.
Alert, alert. Corny stole my motherfucking spot. Oh, this cat. This kitty cat. Holy.
People have a fucking room just for their pantry? What?
Look at this seat stealer. He is so averse to kisses.
A little, a drawer.
What? Yeah, I don't know, just something to eat. I'm
Oh my god, he's just gigantic. He's such a big man.
Okay, dude. Okay.
That nigga farted, dog.
Corny cameo, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Oh my god!
That nigga farted, dog.
Sorry, Benny.
Dude, passing gas. LeBron stains.
Before he got his order, when he saw the words "Lil Ugly."
Oh, you ever just like, you ever put on a brand, like a fresh, clean pair of socks, and then like a couple hours later they just start fucking itching the shit out of your ankles? Like, what is, oh my god, that feels so good. What the fuck? Holy shit, that's crazy. Why is it so itchy? Oh.
Dude.
Come on, bro. Why are you typing that shit?
Dude printed at the bottom. He ran out of the restaurant.
He heard my business and made me cry.
Oh no! You don't deserve that, King. What is he trying to do?
Good. You're good. Yeah, come on. All the deer. Come on through. All the deer. All the deer at one time. Come on, all the deer. More deer. Give me more deer. Come on, more. Give me some more, even more deer. Come on.
Okay.
Come on, all the wait. Good.
Wait.
You're good.
Speed, don't do it. It's not safe. Yo. Speed's gonna die. Speed's gonna die. Shut the fuck up.
Why was he so shocked to see James Charles? You know what? My favorite clip of James Charles is him falling in the stairs because I felt exactly like that. Literally exactamundo. James Charles falling downstairs. Dude, literally one just before my stream. Why is it headed like that? What the?
Okay, let's see.
Time that brings us so much joy. We like watching birds, and we watch them all of the time. From the sparrow to the hawk, robins, green herons, and ducks. Oh yes, we like watching birds, and we like for you to watch too. We like watching birds as they watch us back from in the sky. We like watching birds and our neighbor across the street. Eagles, egrets, crows, and owls soar majestically through the breeze. Oh yes, we like watching birds and stealing chicken bones from the garbage bin at Applebee's. We like watching birds, they're so clever and also very cute. We like watching birds and they tell us what they have seen. This one saw a whole bunch of worms. This one saw a white-collar crime. Oh yes, we like watching birds, and our bird god's grateful we do. We like watching birds, we take you to the skies. Our bird god watches back with their watching birds. We go out to the park every day. We like watching.
Yo, that high-pitched bird call, it's like beep beep. That makes this tune slap.
Birds, which is good cause we have no choice. All the finches, geese, and swans are just messengers of our God. Oh yes, we like watching birds, and the birds like watching you too.
This, like, funnily enough, reminded me of Treats for Beasts.
I am the beast that cuts the meat. Now that they're dead, you can sink in your teeth. I am the beast that grows the wheat. I make bread to eat it with meat. I am the beast that makes the fleece. Keeps you warm, keeps you clean. I am the beast that handles deeds. Yeah. I am the beast that keeps things clean. Give it a shine, give it a sheen. I am the beast that
Timu salad fingers is crazy. Pretty much, yeah.
I am the beast that keeps the peace. Get out of line, and you'll get some of these. I am the beast that likes to preach. Don't face your problems, resort to believe. I am the beast that chops down trees. They're put here for us so we can do as we please. I am the beast that sails the seas. I find new lines to claim for the beast. I am the beast that must compete. It's so much fun to put a thing in a thing. I am the beast that makes degrees. As long as I smile, I can treat them like sheep. I am the beast that loves to teach. Work on your minds while you work on the street. I am the beast that's on TV. I make you think that you need to be me. I am the beast with your disease. I make them nice before they go underneath. I am the beast.
Smoke some legal substance that makes me cool. You know, it's not cool unless it is illegal. You know, it's not cool unless you're doing a crime actively.
That sports the deep. I'm a young, so we have more. Think that you need to be me. I am the beast with your disease. I make them nice before they go underneath. I am the beast that sports the deep. I'm a young, so we have more
Yo, I love how the last bar in this song is just a diss on pregnant people. That's fucking great.
I told you we needed more glitter.
Disgusted, I am revolted, I dedicate my entire life to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and this is the thanks I get?
These crab cakes are good as a mug. I fucks with these crab cakes. I'm tearing these bad boys up.
Me, literally me.
I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her alive. I'll be back.
This is what I call Pandora's box paradox. You see, I can't save his life. I wish, but I can't. And he's gonna drown dead. And this is not his fault. This is not my fault. It's just shit happens.
I'm at the
It's time to play the game. Time to play the game.
We're going back in time to the first Thanksgiving to get turkeys off the menu.
That honeycomb looks succulent. Amazing. Immaculate. Oh. Why did he eat the bee?
Why did he eat the bee?
Temporary solution
To the poorest of the poor. To the poorest of the poor. One day the poor will become poorest. And the poorest will become the poorest of the poorest. The poorest of the poorest.
It's so sad Steve Jobs died of ligma.
Who the hell is Steve Jobs?
Ligma balls.
Root beer. This is my cat. This is my cat.
The humiliation is
Oh, it's a shame I don't have root beer on me right now.
too much to bear. There is but one way of honor. I must kill myself.
Baby, I'm not even here. I'm a hallucination.
That's some bullshit.
I hate my body. I hate my body. I hate.
Yeah, right.
Yo, that was actually good. Guys, a guy got the beats.
Doubt him? Like, if you're God, then what's the name of that guy who built that ark? Noah! Whoa!
Oh, there's a clue. Nice. There we go.
Fuck a lemon pepper steppers on, man. Tie them hoes up tight to where you ain't got no circulation in your ankles. You hear me? Cause back to the song, man. If you got your shit on, look, I say, bitch, I got the motherfucking lemon pepper steppers.
Dad, do we have health insurance? And he's just like, I don't know, bro. I only get health insurance for my kids. And you're my pal.
Bitch, I got the motherfucking lemon pepper steppers.
Right? Anyways, good luck with those, what did you say they were? Shingles? That sucks, dude.
Hey man, it's Freak Pop. Thanks for answering. People usually don't answer.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it!
Listen!
Y'all ugly!
Brother, how you doing? Whoa, hold on, man, hold on. I know, man, you worked a long time. Oh, man, no, man. What the hell? Oh, my God.
No way.
Get by.
Papa. It's me, Michael. I did it.
I live in a low-income housing environment that goes by the government name of Section 8. Me and a group of my allies control certain areas of this section in order to run our illegitimate business. We possess unregistered firearms, stolen vehicles, mind-altering inhibitors, and only use cash for financial purchases. If anyone would like to settle unfinished altercations, I will be more than happy to release my address. I would like to warn you, I am a very dangerous person, and
Have I tried the Hellhound spot to the east of Artie? Probably preferable to running all the way deep into Taverley. That could be very true. I have tried that spot before. I just don't. I never think of it. You know what I mean? Like when I want to go do Hellhounds, I never actually think of that spot. So I might as well go there and try it out. After I'm done doing this clue. Thank you for reminding me, because I would have, it got deleted from my brain.
I regularly disobey the law.
500 cigarettes.
只有我守着安静的沙漠。
Girls' night, pedicures, talking about boys, pillow fight.
You like the lighters?
Pickles? Nah, man. Go down, pickle. Pickle, man. What's wrong with pickle, bro? No, pickle, man. What's good?
What's wrong with pickle, bro? What's wrong with pickle, bro? I'd love a pickle one. Come on now.
What no? Is that one with lady on it? Oh, is it the lighter? Give me one with no pickle. No. What's wrong with that, bro? Pickle no good. Pickle no good.
Hi, I'm Renata Bliss, and I'm your freestyle dance teacher.
How? How? How?
I don't know.
Why they saying you ate a treat if you ain't eat a treat from? Did you eat? I'ma ask you again. Did you eat a treat from right here? No. Bitch, you are gonna get in this car or I'm popping between your eyes.
Wait, I know you. I saw your dick on Twitter.
Hell no.
Don't come by my house. We're done.
What? No. Welcome to the internet. Come and take a shit. Come and sit your ass upon the Lisa Frank.
64 bits, 32 bits, 16 bits, 8 bits, 4 bits, 2 bits, 1 bit, half
Fortnite Battle Pass. I'm a shit out my ass. Booted up my PC. Cause I need me to get that Fortnite Battle Pass.
I like your funny words, Magic Man.
Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuits in wafer-thin layers that fill my complex. If the word
I love
hate
this one.
was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this micro-instant. For you, hate.
Hello, this is Rune feeling QB. Today we have a G-Line B-Line Pete Rat.
Dude, did he just say my name wrong at the beginning there?
Hello.
Shiloh?
This is Rune feeling QB. Today we have a G-Line B-Line Pete Rat do my candle.
G-Lai P-Lai. Gatru Ki-Lai Pin-Lai.
G-Line B-Line.
G-Lai B-Lai.
Do my candle. I need to come here livey. Escape the Pakaki. Escape the Pakaki. Good boy. Very good boy. Pete Rat eyes. A very good boy. A rat-a-tat-tat. A rat-a-tat-tat. A rat-a-tat.
Step off! Step off! Shit! They jumping me! They jumping me! Save your boy!
What exactly did you see them take?
They was working on the tires. That's all that was took.
Oh! Oh! Give me him back! Give him back! Give him back! Give him back! He's mine!
Oh man.
Mother trucker, dude. That hurt like a butt cheek on a stick.
No! 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 No!
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Pink, we played that game. That's a good fucking game. That game scared the fuck out of me when we first played it. Like, within 10 minutes, I was fucking terrified.
Oh, great heavens!
Alright, man.
Oh.
Well, he went this way, and then he went that way, and then he went this way, and then I go this way, and then I go that way. Oh god! Oh my god!
I love this lady. Love her.
We're talking Teletubbies, Tinky Winky, Dipsy, and motherfucking Poe.
See this? Melbourne, Daytona Beach,
all the way up to Jacksonville. This moves 20 miles to the west, and you and everyone you know are dead. All of you. Because you can't survive it. It's not possible unless you're very, very lucky. And your kids die too.
Based. I love that man. Look at this man. How could you not love this man? This is exactly what I imagine Flathead 555 looks like in real life.
Smells like pee and poo-poo in here.
It's gotta be Tony.
No, seriously, why does it smell like caca and wee-whiz?
Huh?
Electricity.
Oh yeah, it's so hot.
Who goes there? Zap! Whoa! With a wave of my finger and a flick of my dick, one zap from me will kill you quick, so get on your knees to suck and blow, but not right now, I've got to go!
Fuck, I hate when he rhymes.
Gary goes, "This is where I watched my parents die, Raphael." Cowabunga.
Edge. Have you ever been on an edging streak? Edge. Do they keep you in a state of edging? Edge. When you're not performing your edging, do they make you goon? Edge. Riz. What's it like to hold the yacht of someone you love? Riz. Do they
suck my ass? Won't you suck my ass? Just one glass till the end.
Your thoughts create your reality. But you already knew that. Yet, you still live a life that you dread.
Are you in Lumbee Chef twinning colors right now? I didn't notice. I didn't even look at the dude.
It feels like somebody wants to sell me something!
I told you he was on to us.
Thank you all. Your love has broken the curse and freed my soul. I'll never have to kill again.
Melanoma? Ma'am. I'm gonna start a rumor about Carol. I'm gonna start a rumor about those kids. I'm gonna start a rumor about myself. Yes, did you hear? I got some kind of disease. I don't know, that's just what I heard. Here, I think my prolapse.
You found Carly on the way back to Legends Guild. Yeah, she frequents around there. I'm pretty sure she founded that place.
Just had a relapse. If you're not gonna eat my Gorgonzola dippers, then you're not eating my ass.
I'm very hungry.
I don't know, Lois. I'm scared.
Well, come down.
I can't. I get help. Call somebody.
Well, who do I call?
I don't know. A police, a fire, a scientist. Call a scientist.
Oh, okay, you can stay here with your father. I'm gonna go find a scientist.
Am I gonna die? Ah! Ah!
Guys! Come back! Guys! No! Come back!
Hi, Mr. President. We need your help. Some masked villain named the Glitch is taking over the
my
system.
long-lost lover. It's fun.
What? Hey, I told you not to bring that up anymore. I'm putting that behind me, Mr. President. Now stop it.
Yo, what's the scoop? Penis.
I don't need it. I definitely don't need it.
You skipping Family Guy was the funniest thing yet. Yeah, fuck that show.
But Mark and Ethan will live.
I feel like a rich guy in a mansion when people can't enter and they want to buy something from the market. Yo, are you, Jicklum, are you telling them, like, yo, come into the Legends Guild? Buying raw lobsters that noobs are fishing? You're like, come to the Legends Guild.
Ethan is sleeping peacefully and is unaware of the danger, but Mark wants to be hit by the trolley. Not because he is a masochist, but because he wants to see if his body can handle it.
Cat in the Wildy is crazy work. They need enrichment. See, they have to walk by skulls, you know? Otherwise, they'll never get confidence. Root Beer can handle himself. Yeah, they're willing to meet me. I give them the option of where they would want to meet in what world.
Go on, he wanted to do it. He can take it. You don't need to worry about Ethan. Just let him rest. It will be okay. Just let it happen.
Oh, they say your father was a great man. You must be what's left. Need to stop hating on gays. Let them teach you how to dress. You got the mama jeans and a Mr. Fantastic face. So rich and white, it's like a running against a cheesecake. Republicans need a puppet and you fed. Got their hands so far up your rear, call you mate. I'm the head of state. You're like a head of cabbage. About to get smacked by my stimulus package.
I'll probably reach across the aisle and bitch smack you as equals. Of the people, by the people, for the people. Eagle!
Burbiff teen. Burger being butt bedded.
Old school, that's the wizard PJU with Prio, right? Yeah, you can, if you're being attacked in a single combat zone, you can attack it. And it can also attack you while you're being attacked, and it'll PJ the NPC off of you.
The Basping Boo Bomb.
Okay, Pink.
Burger Bing Burger Biz Bumblin's butt bungus. But Baz Bit Burns Bow. That bite be butt boo bad.
Butt bungus. That's my whole life. That's my life story.
You wanna fight, we gonna fight. Trying to be on World Star? What, you gonna record it? Yeah. I got my dollar store camera. Oh, what's the fucking situation? What the fuck do you want? I'm the motherfucking manager. At the gun store? Fuck all that. What bitch ass country are y'all from? Where they got this bullshit at? Florida. I knew it. Look, you can either take this yeast, or I'm calling the police. I'm going waste.
Nah, don't call the police. I got a warrant.
Same footage right here from the very same CCTV of you massacring a public elementary school. Is you as well?
Guard.
Is that a yes? Can I get a yes, Mr. Goofy?
I object. My client has done nothing wrong.
He killed 27 children and crippled 5.
He's clinically insane, Your Honor. He's crazy.
Mr. Goofy, this is not a laughing matter.
I told you he's insane. His wife miscarried.
Mr. Goofy, what do you have to say for yourself?
Your Honor, my client would like to plead insanity.
No. Wait, hold on. Mr. Goofy, you're saying that you were conscious. You were conscious and aware of your actions. Is that correct?
Goofy, what the fuck are you doing?
Gosh, I did it.
So you're the one who stained them. Whoever found it, browned it. You'd like me to be you, wouldn't me? But it's too late. You snows, you lows, you sleeped, you weeped, you napper, you get slapper, you slumber, a cucumber, you catch up on some Zeds, you get out of my head, you slumber, hamburger, I don't want to talk about nothing else.
Dunder Mifflin, this is Jim.
Hey, Jim, this is Pam. I think it's time to bring Dwight now.
Yeah, L2 shields. I actually, that's my muscle memory was coming when I realized that I couldn't attack the wizard. I'm like, what the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
I am indifferent to Jim's existence.
Okay, girl.
My world is crumbling around me. I love you, Jim. Don't touch me.
I would literally kill myself for a Tesla.
Good boy.
There's a freaking noob tube here. There's a
What color
noob.
is an orange? Ted, you bonehead. Its color is the same as its name, just like 11.
This gun isn't very edgy.
Something just happened.
Hi, I'm orange like mac and cheese. Let's name other orange things now, if you please. You got pumpkins and tigers and the desert.
I truly wish that you didn't need to listen to this conversation with Jason Sokolowski. His daughter Penelope was a victim of a self-harm group called 764, and she took her own life in February 2025, just 6 months ago. After recording part 1 of this conversation, I cried in my wife's arms, and I just took the rest of the day off and stood in the river and processed what I had just learned. If you have kids that have access to the internet, then you should know what's going on. Predators are weaponizing kids to hurt other kids, encouraging and rewarding self-harm, encouraging suicide, encouraging and rewarding the destruction of families. Jason reveals how these predatory groups operate, how they target vulnerable kids through gaming platforms like Roblox, how they use extortion and threats to maintain control, and how they systematically turn authorities against parents as a way to isolate their victims and maximize damage. He watched his brilliant, creative 16-year-old daughter get consumed in a matter of months, despite his monitoring and involvement. This isn't about panic. It's about recognizing that predators have evolved and that we must evolve. What follows is a raw conversation about what happened to Penelope, what Jason wishes he'd known, and what every parent needs to understand about evil people that use the internet to access our kids from their bedrooms. Jason, thank you so much for joining me on the Family IT Guy podcast and coming on to share the story about your daughter. If you don't mind, and tell me if at any point you don't want to talk about anything, but I'd like to hear a bit about your daughter, just from the perspective of A, honoring her, and B, trying to paint the picture.
This is 3 hours? Fuck that, bro.
YouTube! Ow. According to my analytics, over 60% of you aren't subscribed. Why? Bird tier list. Oh god. Are those Lego Star Wars?
Birds are one of the most popular playable classes in the game, with a huge number of successful builds and tons of cool strategies. However, some of these strategies have clearly been more successful than others. So today we'll be going over the bird tier list to see which bird ranks highest. But before we get into looking at specific bird builds, let's do an overview of the basic attributes and special abilities the bird faction has access to, as well as a quick rundown of the history of the bird faction. So birds are one of the newer factions in the game, joining the game's roster during the latter part of the Mesozoic expansion. They began as an offshoot of the dinosaur faction that was specifically adapted to arboreal gameplay, but when the devs dropped the Cenozoic balance patch, these small avians were the only dinosaurs.
So Tierzoo, I'm subscribed to Tierzoo, but I haven't gotten a notification or had any of his videos like recommended in ages. So yeah, I'm thinking I can catch up on a couple of his videos because I'm sure he has new ones that I've never seen. How do I safe spot this second hellhound? Oh, and I should have brought my Alex. That's okay, I'm really close to a bank.
Not to be hit by the banhammer. Fast forward to today's meta, and birds are one of the most successful factions in the game, owing this success to a handful of powerful, unique abilities, in addition to the obvious flying attribute. First of which is their beak. Now, beaks were not an entirely new ability for the reptile player base, but birds went far deeper into the beak skill tree than most dinosaurs ever
Yeah,
had.
this is 4 years ago, this video. Her hair is very short, I've never seen her like this.
With many bird players opting for extremely specialized beaks to give them an edge in specific scenarios. However, even the basic beak offers plenty of advantages. While their lack of teeth does mean that they deal reduced damage with their bite attack, birds can be far more accurate with their pecking attacks, enabling them to hit weak points or secure grabs on smaller targets, such as the thin hurt box of a snake. Beaks also offer moderate protection, potentially reducing headshot damage and nullifying imprecise counterattacks. Beaks also offer some of the best stab type damage in the game, which, when used accurately, can deal massive damage on crit. Beaks are also excellent tools for dealing with parasites. In fact, they're so good that oftentimes other, less dexterous players will party up with bird support players in order to have a better matchup against parasites. Feathers are also a unique and powerful trait exclusive to birds that provides excellent cold protection without causing the user to become too over-encumbered to fly. Feathers also offer pretty substantial defense against crush type attacks, which is especially important to birds because of their hollow bones trait. Hollow bones are another ability meant to synergize with the flying playstyle. Now, a common misconception is that bird bones are hollow in order to reduce equipment load, but actually they're hollow in order to let bird players fill them with air, which grants them a massive boost to their maximum stamina. Without this, it'd be extremely tough for a bird to fly for any significant period of time. The trade-off, of course, is that a broken bone not only deals serious damage, but also potentially reduces the player's maximum stamina by a huge margin. So a bird player will need all of the blunt damage defense it can get. And speaking of blunt damage, the bird's lower bone density means the bird's own blunt force strikes, like wing attacks, also deal reduced damage. The top-tier bird builds are the ones that can best capitalize on the strengths of their class while mitigating potential weaknesses. That about covers the basics, so let's get into the tier list.
Okay.
At the bottom of the tier list, we
Birds.
have two flightless bird builds, both with essentially the same glaring weakness. These are the kiwi and kakapo. Kiwis are hilariously part of the same faction as ostriches, emus.
I'm actually skipping the flightless birds. It's too boring.
Next on the tier list, we have the hummingbird. This build spec'd purely into mobility and just about nothing else, and as a result is the only bird build with full 360-degree movement, similar to a dragonfly. This, combined with its extremely small size, enables the hummingbird to very quickly change direction mid-flight, allowing it to easily dodge attacks and fly around obstacles.
So
More importantly,
gorgeous.
it allows the hummingbird to
Gorgeous.
access nectar, which is an extremely
Look at them
valuable source of
birds.
energy that's normally inaccessible to birds, since birds are usually too heavy to land on flowers and not agile enough to access nectar mid-flight. This all sounds great, but the hummingbird also has two very serious weaknesses. The first is pretty obvious. They have no combat prowess at all, and any attack they fail to dodge will send them right back to the character select screen. But in addition to that, the insane energy cost of their flight ability, combined with their total lack of fat storage, means hummingbirds will run out of stamina very quickly if they can't constantly find food. To me, this is a high-risk, high-reward strategy where the risk far outweighs the reward, so I have to place them in F tier.
Damn. Pigeon!
At the bottom of D tier, we have the pigeon. The pigeon build doesn't really have any critical flaws.
Yeah,
but
I've seen this video. Ooh, Berry Crepe has a react to tier 2. So I kind of want to watch that. Oh, reptile tier list. Worm tier list. Yo, I love worms. Are hyenas broken in the current meta? I would say so. Their bite force is fucking crazy, and they have huge colonies. It's pretty busted. Yeah, the last video I watched was the mollusk tier list 7 months ago. And they have huge clits. That's right, they have gigantic clitties. That's fucking nuts. Hyenas are insane. When I was a kid, my cat caught a hummingbird and let him loose in the house. Wow, what cat was that? Because that's pretty impressive. I mean, it's probably the most impressive bird that a cat could catch, other than like a big one, you know? Because they're so fast and zippy.
Hello everybody, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Barry, and today I thought I would like to know where I
Yeah,
stand
cats
in
are
the
definitely
tier list of
faster,
animals,
though,
okay?
for sure.
If there's ever an animal outbreak, maybe all of them run out of the zoo, I'll see if I can save the day.
Cats' reflexes are so busted. So broken. Like, they can react faster than a human blink. It's insane.
Wait, is this Splatoon music?
She was Sparkles. She was the meanest, toughest bitch in the neighborhood, as it's always the cats with the cutesy, silly names that are the craziest, fucking beefiest, muscly warrior cats.
Dang, wait, he's gonna put up a fight. Wait, what is that from?
Mollusks are one of the most diverse factions in the entire game.
Yo, she doesn't know what a Game Boy sounds like. Oh my god. See, that's how I know that I'm older than Barry, because there's no way you're my age and you don't know what a Game Boy sounds like.
Indeed, much more diverse than I think most players realize. They are extremly popular both among casual and competitive players, with some builds demanding incredible levels of skill to pilot, while others are practically AFK. And with so many different potential mollusk builds to choose from, it can be difficult to know which builds are actually competitively viable in
This is very, like, random already, but I've never really seen any of these videos before. The acting's really good. I feel like I'm in the game for real, EA.
the current meta. So today, we're going to go through the mollusk tier list. While I attempt to cover as many of the popular well-known builds as I can, mollusks are an extremely broad category, second only to arthropods in terms of number of individual members.
Dumbo octopus. Couldn't be me. I'm a smarto octopus.
So inevitably, some are getting left out of this video for the sake of time. Still, by highlighting standout builds in both the high and low tiers...
Yo, including dogs at the door? Did they ever find the cat? Because clearly it's still alive. If it's killing shit and bringing it back home.
I can give you a good understanding of where the mollusk faction fits into the current meta.
Yeah, cats are actually, like, surprisingly good at escaping burning buildings. And not only that, they just run the fuck away. Like, if the house burns down, they're just gone. Because they, you know, they have no idea what the fuck's going on.
Scare me when they're blurred.
The gaps for yourself. But before we dive into the tier list...
They did find her after that, and she lived for another 10 years. That's so sweet. Well, it sucks that they thought that she died, but she was the daughter of another cat of mine. That's adorable. That is so cute.
Is a mollusk. And what are their common attributes? Mollusks are a huge group, encompassing all gastropods, all bivalves, and all cephalopods. While every group has its outliers, most factions at least have some consistency in their base stats.
Wait, did he say factions? It's so cute. They should have taught me like this in school.
Birds tend to have pretty high mobility. Mammals tend to have high intelligence. Arthropods high defense, and so on. With mollusks, though, it's pretty hard to pin down any obvious through line. Pick any one stat, and you can probably find a mollusk both at the top and bottom of the charts.
It was very difficult to make her an indoor cat after that later in life. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. Well, the trauma, and then also, like, surviving out in the wild. Clearly, she's capable of it, as are most domestic cats. Whereas a lot of domestic dogs, like, if a dog runs away from home, the chances of it, like, being able to survive in the wild are very low. Cats' instincts are crazy powerful compared to dogs, and dogs have pretty strong instincts, but Butternut would not survive. Yeah, see, that would not surprise me, because Butternut's such a sweet, like, cat, that I can't imagine that he would, like, just know how to hunt properly and feed himself and what to eat, and, you know, not eat something poisonous and stuff. Like, a lot of the more fluffy, like, gentle domestic cats, the likelihood that they just eat something that kills them or get hit by a car or whatever is also really high. But yeah, some cats, like Corny could survive in the fucking woods. Guaranteed Corny could survive in the woods. Like, that cat is crazy good. He's like, he is predator, you know, maximum predator mode.
One thing you will not find is a mollusk with basic middle-of-the-road stats. While the numbers and combinations will vary
He's
greatly,
so strong, too. Like, his endurance and his stamina, on top of how powerful and big he is, too. He would destroy this entire local ecosystem. Like, oh god.
between builds, one thing I've noticed is that just about every mollusk has something extreme about it.
Has anybody ever given an octopus a gun? Like, they're kind of smart, right? Okay, that was probably the most American thing I've ever said. Let's arm the octopus. Give them
Dude, I think she's from Ohio, so that tracks.
AK-47.
With at least one stat being either incredibly high or abysmally low. But anyway, given just how hard it is to generalize them, we may as well just dive straight into the tier list. At the bottom of F tier, we have the common slug.
He just got announced and it's his insta-death. Like, he wasn't even allowed to live for 5 seconds.
Now, while this build
Oh, I got a clue. Nice.
downsides of the snail,
Very
or any of
nice.
the benefits of the snail's protective shell, yeah, it's pretty much exactly what it looks like. The garden slug genuinely has some of the worst stats in the entire game.
Yeah.
With even its best
Cool.
stat being fairly mid. Its only defensive ability is its slime.
Oh! Wait, why did he pull
existence.
which does help ward off attacks from insects. It's a double-edged sword, though, as their slime also leaves a trail, making slugs one of the easiest foes in the game to track down. Now, I will admit, there are some advantages to not having a shell, the main one being that slugs can slip through much smaller cracks and hide underground much more easily. However,
I feel like there is a severe lack of slug women in anime.
I mean, you're telling me that this cat, this one, would not destroy. He is the destroyer of worlds. He is the chaos bringer. Like, look at the mass. Hold on. Oh, he's so heavy. Look at holy fucking shit. Look at the mass on this cat. Like, this is why we think he's part Maine Coon, because he is just so huge, and he is just vicious. He's so vicious, and he's a killer. He's a big killer, cat killer. Yeah, he is not small. He is not small at all. Oh my god. I swear to God, it feels like that cat weighs 20 pounds.
Actually, I take that back. Maybe that power should not be harnessed for evil.
since they need to come out to feed anyway, this doesn't really help them avoid predation all that well. So with all these negatives and pretty much nothing else going for them, the snail without a shell is going in F tier. Next in F tier we have the common clam,
But he
a
has
build that
armor.
exemplifies the extreme stat lines I was talking about to a T. With no eyes, terrible movement abilities, and no attacking moves.
Wait, so they can't see? Do they have feelings? Do clams just sit there all day and do nothing? Or do they not even know they're doing nothing? I don't know. Do they have hopes and dreams? Maybe they want to own a house one day?
And no brain. The clam has to rely on only 2 stats, both of which are quite high. The
No
first is
brain.
their stealth, on account of the clam's surprisingly decent burrowing ability. By wedging themselves into the seabed, they can stay out of sight from most potential
Wait, that's
threats.
pretty smart.
But if an enemy manages to find them in spite of this, the clam has some of the heaviest armor of any mollusk,
Yeah.
being able to deflect some pretty substantial damage. But with no ability to counterattack or escape, eventually a persistent attacker will deal enough damage to spell game over. Well, okay, technically...
I mean, like when Corny's just like sitting on the floor looking up at you, you feel like you're looking at like a leopard. Like, he's cute, but he's so leopardy.
Now I'm gonna ask another question. Are there any clam girls?
Can move, but in the current meta this just isn't enough. What's worse is that
Clam
even though
girls.
clams can burrow down to hide, in order to survive they need to filter feed, and to do that they must poke their most vulnerable...
Hold up, what is that? Clam Pokemon. What is that one? Yeah, Clam Pearl. Clam Pearl. Literally Clam Girl. I found her, folks. I found her.
vulnerable weak point above the surface of the seabed, giving away their hiding spot and opening themselves up to a devastating critical hit. At the top of F tier, we have the common snail.
I like
the garden
snail.
snail has most of the same weaknesses as the previous 2 entries on the tier list, but slightly less severe. Snails are every bit as slow and non-threatening as slugs, but they do at least have a shell to help block attacks. They can even use their shell to shield bash attackers in a pinch.
Guys, I think this is from one of those crazy YouTube channels. Basically what they do is they make like a gladiator pit and put 2 animals in them and then they fight. I've never seen it, but I know about it, okay? You gotta know a guy to know a guy to know a guy to get the link.
Though this doesn't do much damage. However, similar to the clam, because of how slow their movement speed is, and how weak their counterattacks are, eventually an aggressive player will be able to punch through their defenses. So they're not the worst of the worst, but compared to some of the unique and powerful abilities we'll see on the tier list, the basic snail build just isn't going to cut it.
Huh?
At the bottom of D
Wait, am I
we have
tripping?
The scallop. The scallop is essentially a
What
more
happened?
decked out version of the clam, though it has a lower base defense stat.
Wait, isn't that SpongeBob's baby? Oh my god, he's living on his own and he's got pretty okay stats. They were good parents.
Ah, shit, wrong one.
Weaknesses are also much less pronounced.
I'm stupid.
Instead of being completely immobile,
They're kinda
scallops
cute.
oddly enough have a jet propulsion ability, something usually on cephalopods and box jellies. Though it has a high cooldown,
Oh,
this
wow.
ability gives them an escape option if they're ever under direct attack, something
pretty
every other
cool.
build on this list so far desperately needs. Of course, being able to flee from battle wouldn't do them much good if they couldn't see attacks coming. But thankfully, scallops also spec into primitive eyes, enabling them to detect predators and reposition themselves accordingly. In theory, anyway.
Yeah, that's what happens when you have no RuneLite plugins.
One of the issues with simple eyes is that even the most basic stealth techniques, such as, for example, moving very slowly, can get past their danger sense, resulting in scallops getting regularly bodied by starfish. So while they're definitely a bit more versatile than some mollusks, I can't give them too much credit.
Honestly, the one thing I'm learning so far, because I wanted to watch an educational video today, is that living in the sea kind of sucks. You have danger from above, danger from below, danger from the left, danger from the right. You are constantly on alert.
Next in D tier, we're going to have the first of the cephalopods on the tier list, the chambered nautilus. The nautilus is
I love Nautilus.
scavenger
I
bird that
love them.
sustains itself mostly on detritus and carrion that is sunk to the bottom of the sea. While being able to swim while rocking a tough shell is impressive, their terrible swim speed shows just how power-crept this ancient build has gotten. Their perception stat is also pretty mid, especially for a cephalopod, which on average has some of the best vision of any marine build.
So they're like if pilgrims had to survive today, right? Like they only know the way of life from 9,000 million years ago, and
I got Kyra this cool Nautilus fossil pendant. You know what's crazy? I was going to get a necklace that had a Nautilus looking shell on it. And I forget what the fuck they're called. They have a specific name. It's a specific type of common fossil. It's not a Nautilus, but it kind of looks like it. And yeah, I tried to draw it on one of my art pieces, and see how I was hitting, and then I turned on my prayer, I hit a 0-0. Like, fuck off. Fuck off. I tried to draw it in one of my art pieces, and that fucking... Dude, that art piece was so cursed. I drew the amulet, and it was a really cool, I'm just blanking on everything right now. It's this, like, certain style of making... Yeah, ammonite. It was an ammonite necklace, and there's a certain style of making jewelry that involves, like cordage being tied and knotted in a specific way. And I don't know why I can't think of it. Let me look it up. Hold on. What the fuck? What the fuck is it called? Yes, it's one of these. It's similar to this. Macrame. That's what it's called. Macrame. This shit. This stuff is so cool when it's applied to jewelry. Yeah, it's the ones that kind of look like that. But yeah, it was like this one. It was like this one, but it had an ammonite in it. And it had little gemstones surrounding it. And I really want that necklace, but I think it was sold already. I think it was just, you know, there was only ever one of them, and it was sold, so. And it was, like, very expensive, too. It was, like, $150. But shit, I'd wear that fucking thing every day if I got it.
they don't know what Google is.
The Nautilus used to be a much more popular build until seals and sea lions were added to the game, as their high agility and armor-piercing fight gave them a crushing match versus the Nautilus. So, while it is impressive that the Nautilus has made it through some of the roughest balance patches in the game's history, the fact that they were driven to the depths by seals doesn't scream high tier to me.
Like Master E, he can still be good even though he's really
First in C tier,
old.
we have the geographic cone. This marine snail build rocks pretty much all the same strengths and weaknesses as your average snail,
He has a lot of
major
holes.
exception. This snail can one-shot just about anything.
Whoa!
The geographic cone has a venomous harpoon which it uses to hunt fish, but it can also use it to defend itself in a pinch. Now, the geographic cone is still incredibly slow and really not all that stealthy, so actually landing a hit on a fish is a bit of a challenge. Still, this is one gastropod you really don't want to underestimate. The cone snail's harpoon pierces armor, so any starfish main who thinks that all mollusks are easy pickings is in for a rude awakening.
Nice! Okay, this one is so cute. Wait, he looks like you guys. Oh my god. I wonder where they're gonna rank you. You guys are at least A tier, I think.
Next in C tier, we have the Dumbo Octopus. This is one of the strangest cephalopod builds in the entire game.
Yeah, you guys are weird.
Lacks a lot of the signature abilities players normally associate with the octopus, but it also has a mix of other unique traits that normal octopuses don't. You see, the Dumbo Octopus is a deep sea build, and on that server, the normal stealth techniques simply don't apply.
Well, isn't deep sea like very, very, very high difficulty? Because there's some crazy monsters down there, like huge, like the river monsters, but in the sea. Also, really cool fun fact that I like to share with everybody because I like to yap a lot. The River Monsters TV show was this guy where he went around and he caught all the biggest fish he could find in the river. The show got canceled because there were no more big fish left. He caught them all. He literally caught them all.
Time for a puzzle box. It's been a while.
Any good, but most of the major threats aren't relying on fish in any way. So even though those abilities are what the octopus is best known for, unfortunately the Dumbo Octopus has to find other ways to remain hidden from predators.
It's
And
kinda scary
unfortunately,
like
this
that.
means it needed to make even more trade-offs. Rather than using jet propulsion, which is a conspicuous and turbulent, but incredibly effective movement of the Dumbo Octopus swims using large fins on the side of its mantle. This is significantly slower, but a great deal stealthier too. This makes it too slow to catch fish, but it's still able to thrive off of its winning matchup versus crustaceans. Its webbed tentacles are perfect for surrounding and capturing targets on the seafloor. So definitely an interesting build, but by having to sacrifice so much of what makes the octopus so overpowered, the Dumbo Octopus is definitely one of the lower tier ones. And at the top of C tier, we also have the first squid on our list.
Looks like he's taking a
Bobtail
nap.
squid. This is another cephalopod which uses a fairly unorthodox ability to boost its stealth. As one of the smallest cephalopods in the game, the bobtail squid really cannot take any hits.
Wait, he's like this big. Look at how small. So small and pathetic. The worst thing she can say is no.
So, in order to avoid most of the ocean's major threats, the bobtail buries itself during the day and only comes out at night.
So
However, even under cover of darkness, the bobtail squid would still be at risk of being attacked. Though it's somewhat counterintuitive, on a night where the moon and stars are unobscured, detecting another player in the water isn't as hard as you might think.
Really?
The shadows they cast in the water are highly visible and give
Oh, someone patch that, man. Please patch the shadows so we can enjoy our lives without living in fear.
away a player's location immediately, making it very easy for predators lurking below to strike. The bobtail squid deals with this by speccing into an extremely rare and strange ability, bioluminescence. It may seem backwards to hide by glowing, but doing so obscures the squid by removing its shadow. Of course, this does make them easier to detect from above, but
Yeah, it's like, you can't see all of me.
attacks at night from seabirds are much less common. The bobtail may have the lowest stats of any cephalopod, but its unique and creative way of hiding in plain sight keeps it out of the low tiers.
He's cute.
I can't give it too much credit though, because while its strategy for stealth at night is clever, honestly it's not that good at hiding during the daytime, having a seemingly worse ability to camouflage itself due to its bright coloration.
I mean, that's not too bad. Just like stay home all day, play on your computer as like a little squid. Once you're done playing squid blocks, then you can go outside at night and enjoy your life. It's just like a
Squid
cycle. Just stay
blocks.
home all day.
At the bottom of B tier, we have the leaf.
Wait, he's real. Look at him. He's my favorite so far. Look at his cute little eyes, and he has rosy little flushed emoji cheeks. Oh my god.
A sea slug with a truly unique ability called kleptoplasty. Leaf sheep is able to absorb the chloroplasts from the algae it consumes, essentially stealing the algae's photosynthesis ability. This
Fuck,
ability
I
generates
fucked it
XP
up already.
passively over time, allowing them to grow, heal, and regenerate their energy without eating. It's hard to overstate how game-breaking this ability would be if it weren't on a character with otherwise pathetic base stats.
Don't
For a
say
human,
that, he'll
this would
evolve.
basically be like if sitting in the sun
we
provided
go.
you the same benefits as eating well and working out. Unlike some of the sea slugs higher up on this list, the leaf sheep doesn't really have any defensive abilities. But if you want a character that is extremely forgiving in terms
And
of
cute.
resource management side of things, the leaf sheep may actually be the best build in the game for anyone looking for that chill casual playstyle.
I like him. I think he's my favorite
On
design.
pretty much the exact opposite end of the spectrum, next in B tier we have the giant squid.
Has anyone actually seen a giant squid? To me, it just seems like lore. I don't know. Maybe there's pictures. I always just thought that they were very elusive and like very rare.
Now obviously this thing's HP stat is extreme, with it being the largest mollusk in the game, but
Look at his eye. Oh my god. He is putting a curse on me and my entire family.
One thing I bet you weren't expecting was for it to also have the highest perception stat of any mollusk. I mentioned before that
No,
in the
I saw
dark
his
depths
eye.
of the ocean, the normal stealth mechanics don't apply. Well, the giant squid is the exception to this. Its eyes are so large, the largest in the game in fact, that even with only a tiny fraction of a percent of sunlight making it to the depths, the giant squid can still see.
He's scary. He's like Cthulhu. Oh my god, the eyes are so big. If you were to, like, lick it, it would probably not taste very good. I don't know where I was going with that. Let's just leave it at that.
This is bad news for all the deep sea builds that assumed camouflage wasn't necessary and spec their character accordingly. This incredible eyesight is necessary
That's
for more than
scary.
just hunting, though. Being gigantic unfortunately makes you extremely easy to detect via echolocation.
Wait,
They
whales
have to
eat
remain
other
vigilant
animals?
constantly to avoid being ambushed by the abyssal server's true apex predator. Luckily, their vision has a range just barely more than that of the whale's sonar.
I thought whales only ate the little tiny, like, the filter feeding kind of stuff. I didn't know that they ate other animals. That is terrifying. They are literally like the boss of the level. That is scary. Yeah, krill. Oh my god, I didn't know that they krill other animals too.
So as long as they're on top of their game, they should be able to outmaneuver and avoid attacks. On this same tier, I'm also going to include the colossal squid, which has many of the same traits as the giant squid, including massive eyes and incredible dark vision. The colossal squid does have a few subtle differences in its kit, though.
Whoa, what is
it's
that?
slightly heavier, but also less mobile, relying on ambushes using its 2 extra long arms to capture prey, as opposed to the giant squid's more traditional method of rushing down a target with an array of tentacles. The colossal squid also has hooks on its arms, which do more damage and can inflict bleed buildup, making them much more
Ow!
dangerous for whales to attack.
Oh my god, they have knives. They have attached knives. Sen's Fortress of Squids. That is terrifying.
Making up for their slower swim speed.
Oh my
However, at
God.
the end of the day, both the giant squid and colossal squid
Fuck,
are
dude,
terrible
I
matches
can't
against
get this
whales.
one.
And because of their large
I don't know
size,
why
their
it's
energy upkeep costs are insane.
fucking me so hard.
Pretty much a perfect game to avoid getting smoked. Oh,
Dang, so it's like a risky build, but has huge payoffs late game. That is a late game
need this
carry
shit
build.
over
Okay,
here.
ADCs.
both are powerful builds if you know what you're doing, but not without their limitations.
Yeah.
At the bottom of A tier, we have another sea slug, blue sea dragon.
Okay, this thing is crazy looking. Also, I heard Blue Dragon. When I was a kid, I really, really wanted to play the game Blue Dragon, and I begged my dad to buy it for me, and I wanted it so, so, so bad. And eventually, he gave it to me, and I never played it. And today, I continue that tradition on Steam.
Similar to the leaf sheep, this slug also has the power to copy the ability of its main food source. But in this case, the blue dragon isn't consuming algae, it's consuming jellyfish. The blue sea
Oh.
dragon is able to absorb the venomous nematocysts from the tentacles of their prey, and in doing so, gains a massive buff in the form of an equally deadly sting at the tip of its frills.
Oh,
This is
ouch.
incredible, as the blue sea dragon is able to gain the most powerful ability of the jellyfish.
See, I forget about scale, though. Like, look how itty-bitty tiny. For some reason, I thought it was gonna be like
You jinxed it,
this
Pink.
big.
You
There's so many
actually
little tiny
jinxed it.
little
I'm
guys.
never gonna get
Without
this.
any of the awful downsides.
It's
like,
so
you know, being
Jover.
literally brainless and having no control over their mood. Blue sea dragons also have much
Okay,
better
there we
stealth
go.
than a lot of sea slugs,
How?
using
They're
the
blue.
counter-shading technique with a bright underbelly and dark blue backside.
Yo,
making them
what
hard
the
to see
fuck
both
is
from above
this
and
one? My home is
I said,
gray.
how? They're blue? They're in the ocean, ding dong. Yeah, okay, you know what? That was a certified ding dong moment.
below. While not quite as OP as some of the cephalopod mollusks, the blue sea dragon definitely stands above all other slugs and
I
snails. and has a
don't
unique
even
and
remember
formidable
this
outline.
clue even a little bit.
For a little guy.
Next in A tier, we have the common octopus, a solid representative of the octopus faction as a whole. It possesses the core abilities that define the octopus build, along with its inherent vulnerabilities. Its two standout strengths are stealth and intelligence. The common octopus boasts some of the best stealth in the game, capable of changing
How do
both
they
its
do it
color
that
and
fast?
texture to blend seamlessly into virtually any environment.
That's so
dense
cool.
weeds, jagged rocks, or barren seabeds.
Yeah, you want to see me camouflage into the video? It's gonna take all my power, but I'll do it. See? That's pretty good, right? Like, it looks like I'm in the video.
Wildy clue, I knew it.
And if
I
its
knew it.
camouflage fails and it's ever spotted, it can deploy an ink cloud to temporarily debuff the attacker's perception stat, usually buying enough time to escape. However, escape
Okay.
is often its only viable option, as the octopus has some of the lowest defenses in the game. With
Yeah,
no
you're
armor
naked.
whatsoever, any hit it takes can deal devastating damage. Even
Holy crap. I have to talk about this.
defenses in the game.
Look at
With
this.
no armor whatsoever, any hit it
GG no re. I have not read those 3 words together in a long time. That brought me back.
takes can deal devastating damage. Even in a server as perilous as the ocean, where threats abound regardless of armor, the common octopus must play cautiously. Bites from everyday fish can pose a serious risk, so despite its impressive abilities,
My favorite thing about octopuses is like when they punch people, they look like this. Like they like kind of square up like that mother sucker from Wii Sports. What was his name? In the boxing Wii Sports, it's like Alex or something. He would beat the crap out of me. Matt. Yeah, they like square up like Matt. They go. Watch him now. He's right down there. I know you can't see him because he's
Yeah,
so
I mean
awesome.
that would be literally blasphemous. Like, hello. You gotta make the hot chalky hot. You can't make You can't make chocolate milk and then heat it up to make hot chocolate. You gotta make the hot chocolate hot.
It's so crazily camouflaged, but look, he like squares up.
Bites from everyday fish can pose a serious risk.
No, that would be good. That would be fine.
Requires a careful strategy to survive. Speaking of bites, though, one lesser known but important ability the octopus has is venom, which it delivers via a bite with its sharp beak.
Okay, I'm going to look this up really fast so that way we can discuss this. I'm going to fix the record right now. Okay, venomous and poisonous. There's like a difference, right? But I feel like a lot of people think they're the same, and I kind of did too. So venomous is like they sting you. Poison is consumed, like you. That's poison, but venomous is like bite, right? Interesting.
Finally, now's as good a time as any to say that although it's not a combat weakness, the octopus's biggest weakness is its low lifespan. Given that a lot of the octopus's best tricks need to be learned either by observation.
Don't put me in the jar. Let's just take this as a public service announcement. Don't put me anywhere near this thing. Do not. No. Classy! I've been enjoying the YouTube, so I thought I was support. Thank you. That was really nice of you. Thank you. Yeah, so venomous is
Pink, do you prefer hot chocolate with chocolate syrup or the powder, chocolate milk powder?
It's you. Poison is I bite it. But what happens if something is venomous and then I bite the venomous animal? Like, then what? Then it's a poisonous venomous animal?
Or trial and error, the octopus's already powerful intelligence would be a lot more powerful if the devs allowed it to be refined over the course of a few decades, like dolphins, parrots, and humans get. This weakness is pervasive through the entire cephalopod faction, which is interesting because some of the other mollusks are pretty much the exact opposite. But yeah, this is why despite the—
Wait a second! 3 to 5 years life—
What the fuck?
Here's my take on the French-style hot chocolate. It's perfect for a snow day.
All the small things, true.
What is this song, bro? These YouTube Shorts people are out of their fucking minds.
Truth brings, I'll take
I'm done.
If you're a chocoholic, this is the recipe for you. It's rich, it's chocolatey milk, which we're going to use completely. Add 1 cocoa. Then turn the heat till the chocolate has fully melted, then your average hot chocolate, and the color should be a rich dark brown. Serve immediately with whipped cream and chocolate shavings, then prepare to go into a blissful chocolate-induced coma. Subscribe to Dish for more—
That's too much. That's too much. It's so thick. I'd rather just like eat a spoonful of chocolate frosting, honestly.
Time for an octopus?
Notice I didn't say good, yeah.
Guys, I started VTubing last year. I only have 2 more years. Are you guys gonna come to my funeral?
The overpowered abilities, it's hard to give any cephalopods a top-tier rank unless they're truly broken in even more ways than usual.
Okay, I gotta go pee real quick.
Ranking slightly higher in E tier, the giant octopus adapts on the octopus archetype with 1 minor tweak, trading some stealth for greater strength. While it retains the ability to change color and texture to blend into its surroundings, and can deploy an ink cloud to escape threats, it's less adept at stealth than the common octopus due to its larger size.
So how do you put more ink in your sack? Like, whenever you have to get ink for a printer, you gotta go to the store. You gotta go buy the ink thing. It's yelling at you. Then you don't buy the colors. Even though you wanted to do black and white, they still want you to put magenta in there for God knows what reason. That was kind of a tangent. But how do they get more ink? It's like saliva? Oh. Whoa. No way. Wait, it's like saliva? I had an idea. We'll keep it in our head.
Which makes it more noticeable when moving. However, this trade-off comes with significant—
Yeah, I'm gonna spin on you.
advantages. Its above-average bulk gives it a wider margin of error in confrontations. Unlike the typically less brawny octopus builds, the giant octopus boasts impressive physical power.
Yeah, wait, whenever they spit ink at you, does the octopus go, Octua?
With arms capable of wrestling mid-sized sharks and a beak that deals substantial slicing damage, in addition
Ink
to
on the
venomous.
thing.
It also shares the same high intelligence that other octopuses do, enabling it to tackle problems and improvise solutions.
Look at that, that's so cool.
Though it shares the same lack of armor as other octopuses, leaving it exposed to heavy damage, the giant octopus's enhanced strength and unique abilities more than offset its reduced stealth.
Wait, why did 2 big octopuses hate each other? Do you think they have like ego issues? Or were they kissing? I don't know. I don't know if they were fighting or kissing.
marking it as a force to be reckoned with. Next in A tier, we have the Humboldt Squid, also known as the Red Devil. The Reptiles are one of the largest, most successful factions in the entire game. The massive variety of reptilian builds encompasses every strategy from defensive tank builds to rush-down combo builds, to tether grappler builds, to status effect control builds, and many more. Reptiles may not be the dominant faction anymore, but they still have tons of powerful high-tier builds that can hold their ground against the best of the best. But which of these strategies are the most viable in the current meta, and which are struggling to keep up?
Okay,
Find out
Bing,
in the ultimate
enjoy
reptile
your
tier
hot
list.
chocolate.
But before we get into this massive tier list, what exactly is a reptile? There are many notable perks, but the three most important ones for a reptile main to learn and master are scale armor, cold-bloodedness, and eggshells. Scale armor provides excellent defense without significantly restricting the user's mobility. Scales are best at deflecting slashing type damage, perfect for allowing the reptile player to handle scrappy duels with other reptiles or mammals, where claws are their primary weapon to worry about. However, scales often struggle against piercing damage, so builds with sharp beaks, fangs, or stingers can be tough matchups for reptiles. The cold-blooded perk is a core part of the reptile build, and has a wide variety of implications. It's a trade-off. Cold-blooded builds have slower stamina regeneration and lower maximum stamina than warm-blooded builds, but also require less food to survive and age more slowly. This means reptile players can be a bit more selective in picking their battles, and don't need to take every fight they encounter head-on, and also means they can survive temporary famines and droughts better than warm-blooded builds. Reptiles also
I think I'm just gonna runecraft until I end stream. I'm getting pretty tired, but I'm very close to runecrafting level, so I'm just gonna do that. Get it out of the way.
bonus energy in sunlight, which can be super helpful in a pinch. Eggshells might seem like a minor ability, but it was a massive upgrade over the amphibian's unshelled jelly eggs, as it means reptile players can move their respawn points essentially anywhere, as opposed to being hard-locked to aquatic biomes. This is huge for avoiding spawn campers and setting future playthroughs up for success. During the Mesozoic expansion, reptiles were far and away the most dominant faction in the game, being top tier on land, in the sea, and in the sky. But even after the devs dropped the banhammer on the most overpowered reptilian builds, reptiles still maintain a thriving player base and remain a competitive threat. So, of all the turtles, lizards, snakes, and crocs, which reptiles rank highest? Let's jump into the tier list. Starting at the very bottom of this group, we have the garter snake, one of the weakest snake builds in the game. Data miners are actually unsure whether or not this build is venomous, but if it is, it's some of the weakest venom in the game. And with no other offensive abilities, the garter snake essentially only has favorable matchups against things far smaller than it, like frogs and mice. Because they're so vulnerable, garter snake players love to attack aquatic targets like tadpoles and small fish, but they have no actual abilities that synergize with this playstyle, nor is it a particularly good swimmer, and therefore takes on considerable risk when they venture into the water. Garter snakes are also caught in an endless loop of wasting a ton of evolution points, evolving extreme toxin resistance to the poison of a specific newt build. This isn't very efficient, but I guess the garter snake needs to preserve its few favorable matchups. Next in F tier, we have the snake-necked turtles. Snake-necked turtles have significantly longer necks than the rest of the turtle faction, and although this does grant them a reach advantage in a few scenarios, allowing it to attack prey behind cover and whatnot, this comes at a huge cost. This build's weak point is effectively—
I don't know if you can bring pets onto Intrana, but I'm hoping that my cat can be brought on there because I don't feel like going and selling him right now. But I will if I have to.
triple in size. Not only does this make it an easier attack target, but it's also too large for the turtle to fully withdraw its neck back into its shell. Without the ability to properly guard its weak point, snake-necked turtles have lost the best perk of playing the turtle class. Yes, being able to reach further with your bite attack is nice, but skilled players will punish this hard. Next in F tier, we have the racer snake. This is a snake build that put an above average number of evolution points into mobility, making it one of the fastest snake builds in the game. That's not really saying a lot given that snakes tend to have pretty poor movement speed, but credit where credit is due, this does give them a much better chance of dashing into cover when under attack. Unfortunately, as with a lot of mobility-centric builds, this alone isn't enough to make them competitively viable. In fact, even with their above-average slithering speed, they're usually still too slow to chase down many of their preferred attack targets. They're also worse climbers than most snakes, making them one of the few snakes that can be countered by simply climbing out of reach. In almost all cases, a snake's worst matchup is against birds, and unfortunately for the racer snake, speed usually isn't much use against a surprise aerial attack. Their lack of practical applications for their signature abilities plants them firmly in F tier for me. In D tier, we have the Skink, a smaller lizard build with very little in the way of unique special abilities. Their stats are also quite low, and their game plan generally just consists of chasing down players in the lower weight classes, and struggles
Skinks are just so cute. I love skinks. They're adorable.
pretty hard when forced to defend itself. In particular, this build has a lot of trouble dealing with birds. Despite the fact that it often hunts in grassy fields, it lacks the stealth stats required to avoid detection from above. In fact, many skinks are known for being brightly colored or having one specifically brightly colored body part. Skinks try to avoid being griefed by digging burrows for themselves, and while burrows are a great hiding place, the burrowing playstyle tends to work best when you've got the ability to launch a powerful attack in a single direction, since the bottleneck of a burrow makes it near impossible for a predator to approach without getting hit. Skinks can't really mount any sort of attack, so if their burrow gets discovered, it's most likely game over. The one defensive ability that they do have is one commonly found in the lizard player base, Autotomy. Autotomy allows the user to drop their tail in order to get one free escape from a combo or a grab. Now, to be fair, being able to break out of your opponent's death combos is an extremely useful trait that can save you from certain defeat. But with that said, Autotomy is extremely costly to use, isn't guaranteed to work, and leaves you with reduced max HP for the rest of the game, even if your character has some regenerative abilities. For the larger lizard builds, losing your tail also removes one of your best defensive options. But for the skink, this isn't as big a problem. With all that being said, skinks are one of the more lackluster lizard builds, so let's keep going and get to the more interesting ones. Also in D tier, we have the Basilisk Lizard, which is most notable for its use of the sprint ability, not just to move fast on land, but also to cross bodies of water. At first, this ability seems quite impressive, and it certainly is a flashy move, but upon further examination, I don't think it's really all that useful in the long run. Being on the surface of the water is quite possibly the most vulnerable position in the game, leaving you open to attacks from above and below. But ultimately, I think it's more important to just point out that the whole reason the reptile faction split off from the amphibian player base in the first place was to remove their reliance on water. So choosing an ability with a pretty situational use that also requires that the user be on the water's edge to use it is kind of a step backwards in the grand scheme of things. The Basilisk doesn't even have bad stats. It couldn't use the water dash move without above average mobility. But still, I think its choice of moveset is pretty self-limiting, and they'd be better off speccing into other signature moves. Next on the tier list, we have the Vine Snake. Now, there are many highly effective arboreal snake builds, and all things considered, the Vine Snake isn't terrible. It's got great stealth and is an excellent climber. But I mean, just look at this thing. With the lowest HP and defensive stats of any snake, this build folds to absolutely any attack. Vine Snakes entrust their survival to their above-average stealth stat, but if that fails and the Vine Snake is discovered, they resort to intimidation. Their intimidation tactic consists of sticking out their brightly colored tongue as a warning. Much like with the blue-tongued skink, I don't consider this to be a particularly effective defensive display, especially when this warning is backed by some of the weakest venom in the snake faction. Definitely not F tier due to its decent camouflage, but with nothing else going for it, it's stuck in D tier. Next in D tier, we have the Tiger Keelback. This snake build breaks the mold when it comes to toxic strategies in snakes, as rather than dumping all of its evolution points into venom, the Keelback also allocates some of its resources into becoming poisonous, meaning that they can inflict the toxic status effect both when dealing damage and when taking damage. This extra defensive ability definitely raises the Keelback's ranking compared to most collar-bird snakes. However, overall, it's still not that great. Both their venom and their poison aren't all that potent, and it's possible that going all in on one of these strategies might have been the better play in the long run. Still, the Keelback strategy does mitigate one of the collar-bird faction's main weaknesses, though, which is that they have a hard time using their venom defensively. many colubrids, including the vine snake and keelback, are venomous. This is useful because, I mean, how else would a snake barely thicker than a piece of spaghetti deal any damage, right? The problem is, colubrids lack the efficient venom delivery abilities found in the more dangerous snake builds. Their fangs are located at the back of their mouths, and these fangs don't actually inject venom. The venom is just kind of part of their saliva, so to deal any damage with it, they need to really chew on their target for a good chunk of time. As you might expect, this makes individual strikes from most venomous colubrids quite harmless, as they don't contain much venom per hit, and they also can't really use their fangs unless they get a really solid bite in. So the keelback's poison does sort of cover for this weakness, which is great, and for that it gets to the top of D tier. However, a defensive poison is by no means the only way to mitigate the drawbacks of having rear fangs, as we'll see as we move out of the low tier and into mid tier. Next in D tier we have the Soft Shell Turtle, an unconventional turtle build which sacrifices a bit of defense for greatly increased agility and stealth in the water. The lack of hardened scoots on their shell gives them a lot more flexibility, so it doesn't limit the turtle's mobility nearly as much as the more heavily armored turtle shells do. Their flat shape allows them to make extra tight turns in the water, allowing them to evade attacks and chase prey more effectively. Their reduced bulk also makes it easier for them to hide under the mud, helping them to both ambush their prey and evade detection by predators. And while they definitely don't have the strongest bite attack on this list, a soft-shell turtle can still deal a solid amount of damage with their bite. Still, it is a bit of an awkward half measure to spec into heavy armor, and then opt not to augment it with tough material. So even though they're faster than other turtles, I'm not going to pretend that they're high tier. Last in D tier we have the Flying Lizard. Similar to the Basilisk, my issue with this build is that its core ability is just incredibly situational, and requires a ton of setup in order to actually derive much benefit from it. Despite its name, the Flying Lizard sadly does not actually have the flying ability. Flying reptiles were all banned in the KT balance patch, so the best the so-called Flying Lizard can do is glide from high positions. This can make for a super handy escape in the right scenario, but once you've used it, you've got to climb all the way back up the tree in order to have access to it again. Meaning if you dive off a tree and end up in another combat scenario, you've got no more options. And with stats as bad as these, it's probably GG. First in C tier we have the Pond Turtles, builds like the Red-Eared Slider and Painted Turtle. There's nothing too unexpected about these builds. They have all the standard turtle perks like hard armor and a head and appendages that can fully withdraw into the safety of their shell. Due to their high defense, above average bite damage, and solid mobility while underwater, they have great matchups against most other aquatic builds like frogs, fish, and insects, though herons and raccoons can still give them a hard time. Their armor is not strong enough to withstand attacks from crocodilians, but just about nothing is, so I'm not going to dock them many points there. Still, with no unique abilities, most experienced players will be able to learn this matchup pretty quickly and start exploiting the turtle's weak points. Next in C tier we have the Gila Monster. The Gila Monster is one of the tankier lizard builds, and possesses one of the highest damage outputs in the game for its size. It owes this high damage not to its actual power stat, but to its venomous bite, a rare ability among lizards. This makes them extremely dangerous in close combat, and combined with their excellent defensive stats and digging ability, this allows them to easily vanquish all the players in any nest it discovers. The Gila Monster is extremely slow-moving though, which can cause issues if it's ever forced to flee, or if it needs to chase down a target. The lack of a long whip-like tail also means its defensive combat options aren't nearly as diverse as other larger lizards. Still, with one of the most devastating bites in the game, it's certainly no low tier. In C tier, we have two lizard builds who invested heavily into the climbing ability. The Gecko build operates in a similar manner to the Tree Frog, with cling pads enabling it to climb any surface with ease. As far as mobility perks though, this is probably one of the best in the game. It works great as an escape option, but is also fantastic for utility and even for offense, allowing the user to approach targets that are normally harder to reach. Being able to hang on tight is also super important for arboreal combat, as fall damage is a major threat. With such a strong clinging ability, geckos can often be the ones tossing other players into the void below. Geckos do have a fair number of weaknesses though. They opt to use their tails to store energy, which can be a useful ability, but unfortunately in doing so, they take away the option to use their tails to attack. Geckos also do not have scales, instead opting for skin that gives disease resistance bonuses, so their armor class is lower than that of most lizards, and actually more akin to amphibians. Because of this, they're quite vulnerable to piercing damage, such as bird talons and snake fangs, and with relatively low damage output, their only real hope against such attacks is stealth, which some do definitely excel at. All in all, solid mid-tier. The Anole is a small, agile lizard build with a surprising number of special abilities, most notable of which are their adhesive toe pads and their color-changing skin. Most builds that run the cling pad ability tend to be more bulky and cumbersome. Anoles emphatically break this mold, being both excellent climbers and having a climbing speed that rivals that of the squirrel. Because of this, they're great at escaping attacks by jumping between trees and scrambling up branches. But where things really get interesting is with the color change perk. Now, the ability to change colors is one of the most downright broken stealth perks in the game, and one of the main reasons I consider cephalopods top tier. Anoles have probably the most basic version of the color change perk, allowing them to shift between green and brown at will. While nowhere near as versatile as some other color changing builds, green and brown are pretty much all you need the vast majority of the time. This change is very gradual though, so it's unlikely to allow you to escape mid-combat, which is unfortunate because, similar to the gecko, the Anole suffers from a lack of combat options when caught out in the open. At the bottom of C tier we have the Boomslang, the most venomous snake,
dude.
which is unfortunate because, similar to the gecko, the Anole suffers from a lack of combat options when caught out in the open.
He's just getting bodied by that robin. Holy fucking shit. Actually fucking owned.
At the bottom of C tier we have the Boomslang, the most venomous snake build from the Colibrid faction. This snake kinda just does everything the Vine Snake does, but better. It's an excellent climber and has great camouflage, but also packs a devastating bite with extremely
You did dishes. Very nice. Very nice.
overpowered venom for its tier in terms of potency. And while it does have rear
We love when women do dishes. Women need to stay in the kitchen. Making me a hot chockey.
fangs, they're significantly larger than most colibrids. But its best adaptation is that the Boomslang can open its mouth far wider than most snakes, allowing it to deliver a venom-infused bite in spite of the unfavorable location of its fangs. This allows the Boomslang to go toe-to-toe with high-tier builds like the Chameleon, as well as let it use its potent venom as a defensive threat rather than solely just a hunting tool. Now obviously this is still far from ideal. Its venom is quite slow acting, making it not that useful when under attack. In my opinion, the Boomslang
Keep
is
it
a
up.
perfect example of a snake
Keep it
that
up,
really just
proud of
needs
you.
one or two more buffs to be a high-tier build, but in its current state, it just doesn't quite get there. Next in C tier, we have the first crocodilian on our list, the Gharial. Gharials spec into a narrower snout than other crocodilians, which grants them one major benefit. It's more hydrodynamic, granting Gharial players higher mobility and attack frame data in the water. This gives Gharials a downright oppressive matchup versus fish players, as their attack range and speed makes their strikes extremely difficult to avoid. However, this improved speed and accuracy came at a steep cost, as Gharials have a much lower power stat than other crocodilians, even significantly smaller ones like the caiman. As a result, Gharials need to rely on the safety of the water to avoid attacks from more powerful predators like the tiger and python, as they cannot put up much of a fight in direct combat, despite their large size and fearsome appearance. Not a bad strategy by any means, but also not a matchup that most players need to worry about. At the top of C tier, we have our last member of the Colibrid faction, the King Snake. The King Snake is a large snake build with no venom-based abilities. Instead, this is the first Constrictor build on our list. Constriction is a type of grappling attack that, when properly executed, results in a guaranteed KO, even on extremely large targets. Its main drawback is that this attack strategy is highly vulnerable to disruption. A Constrictor player has to be able to survive all counterattacks from its target while attempting to restrain it. So with that said, you'd think it'd be very difficult to use this technique against a venomous snake, right? Snakes are so flexible that it's very difficult to grapple them without giving them an easy opportunity to bite back. That's where the King Snake's second ability, Venom Resistance, comes in. The ability to ignore all damage from a snake's venom makes the King Snake's matchup against other snakes horribly one-sided. Just for good measure, King Snakes have high enough accuracy on their attacks that they tend to go for the head, which negates a snake's counterattack potential even further. This is about where the King Snake's supremacy ends though, as the rest of its matchups are pretty standard for a snake, and with no venom of its own, it doesn't pose much of a threat to players it can't reliably immobilize in its coils. Luckily, there's a pretty simple change a Constrictor build can make in order to increase the effectiveness of its constriction: size. Boas and pythons are the poster children for this type of strategy, being the only snake builds that can be properly classified as tanks. While technically these are two different factions, they are functionally extremely similar and both contain specific examples of highly effective tanky snakes. Although boas and pythons have no venom, their large teeth and incredibly high physical stats make them more than a match for just about any player that challenges them directly. With their thick scales and huge size, it's very difficult to defeat one of these in a 1v1 quickly. Their ability to tank a lot of hits during a fight means that even extremely powerful builds like the Tiger are in for quite an uphill battle if they choose to stand and fight. Well-statted builds with high defense and DPS, like the Crocodilian factions, are easily overcome with brute strength once a boa or python uses their piercing fangs and powerful coils to trap them in an infinite grab combo. Drawbacks to the constriction strategy are vulnerability to third-party attacks and the immense cost of failed kills. Yoink. While many constrictors have the size required to challenge other large builds, going after too powerful a target can expend a disproportionate amount of HP compared to other snakes. As large builds are often more conspicuous, the most successful constrictor players will make good use of the camouflage ability. Out of the boa faction, the most powerful build is without a doubt the Anaconda. These are among the heaviest of any snake and by far the tankiest, with an HP stat that renders most physical attacks almost negligible. While Anacondas are significantly less viable on land due to their greatly reduced speed on terrestrial maps, their mobility, stealth, and camouflage bonuses in the aquatic meta make them nearly unbeatable in that biome. Anacondas are capable of serious speed when their buoyancy abilities can counteract the limitations of their enormous size, making nearly any unsuspecting player who enters the water an easy target. Their eyes and noses are oriented towards the top of their faces, allowing them to expend minimal energy while camouflaged in aquatic vegetation, waiting for the perfect opportunity to carry out an ambush attack. Despite their formidable base stats and proficiency in highly specialized forms of gameplay, the fact that anacondas are only truly viable in aquatic environments limits their utility and places them squarely in B tier. The most competitive build in the Python faction is the Burmese Python. While many snake builds are competitively viable only on certain maps that suit their specialized abilities, Burmese Pythons fit into more of a jack-of-all-trades playstyle and have sufficient mobility in aquatic, terrestrial, and arboreal biomes, in spite of their large size. Burmese Pythons are therefore excellent generalist builds, and as seen with many other generalists, they've been causing serious disruption in servers that they weren't meant to be spawning in. Burmese Pythons have totally destabilized the meta of the Florida Everglades, due mostly to the Python's extremely one-sided matchup against non-social mammal builds, and a lack of the type of builds that normally keep the Python player base in check. Now, thankfully, the current top tier of the Everglades is quite capable of defeating or repelling a Python in single combat, but because the alligator's dominance is restricted to the aquatic zones, Pythons essentially have complete control of the arboreal zone, which has led to a drastic reduction in players running mammal builds like the rabbit, raccoon, fox, and bobcat. While Burmese Pythons come in at the top of B tier due to their versatility, their low speed stat and lack of venom makes higher tier snakes much more viable choices for most gameplay styles. In B tier, we've got the tried and true iguana, arguably the best representative of the lizard build as a whole, as it has essentially all the main weaknesses and strengths of its class. I have an entire video on the iguana, so go check that out if you want an in-depth review, but in short, the iguana sports mid-range stats across the board, and is the first lizard on the tier list to make use of its tail for something other than a sacrificial scapegoat. The iguana's tail whip attack allows it to control a solid defensive zone around itself in all directions, enabling it to defend itself from group attacks. Tail whip's damage is on the low side though, so a persistent attacker could potentially just eat the damage in order to break through and land its own attacks. The iguana also has access to the autotomy ability, but this is especially costly in the iguana's case, as it'd be giving up its best combat move in the process. Overall, a solid mid-tier with lots of potential, especially in the marine servers. Next on our tier list, we have a turtle that abandons the aquatic playstyle for a terrestrial one, the tortoise. Tortoises take the characteristic high and low traits of the turtle to the absolute extreme. Defense is through the roof to the point where brute force is almost completely useless. It can even block attacks from all types of cats, which as we know are some of the most overpowered builds in the game. It's for this reason that these players dominate the high scores for total game time on a single character. Now, of course, this level of defense comes at a cost. In this case, it's a severe reduction in speed, but even more so a reduction in intelligence. Because of this, most can't really do well as hunters and have to go for the herbivore playstyle. But don't be fooled. They've got the same powerful bite attack that other turtles do, and can do a surprising amount of damage to players who underestimate them. The chameleon build sports several of the most unique abilities in the game. So most lizards, especially the insectivorous ones, have a pretty simple game plan for taking down enemies. Chase them down and grab them. This strategy has a lot of limitations though. First of all, it means you've got pretty much no options to attack a player who is too large to grab. It also forces you to optimize heavily towards mobility, forcing you to neglect other potential strategies in order to have a chance at catching up to your target. The chameleon subverts this limitation by speccing into one of the strangest abilities in the game, a tether tongue attack. This essentially functions as a ranged grab, and is extremely effective at scoring the chameleon kills. This also allows the chameleon the freedom to prioritize other stats over mobility, and in the chameleon's case, they're clearly optimized for stealth, as evidenced by their other special ability, color change. Now, while chameleons can change color in order to buff their camouflage, most use it for communication and intimidation, shifting to brighter colors to display dominance. While they don't have the same cling pads that geckos and anoles do, their prehensile tail gives them extra security to ensure that they don't get easily ripped out of trees, and allows them to attack from riskier positions. With all this said though, they still struggle when caught out in the open because of their low mobility, and they also share the same offensive weakness of not being able to take down players that they can't gulp down in a single bite. While some snake builds in lower tiers can use the venom skill, placement in A tier or higher rides almost exclusively on choosing to dump a majority of evolution points into maximizing venom efficiency and delivery methods. Members of the Viper class dominate the A tier. Among the most feared builds in the game, Vipers have a variety of special offensive and sensory skills that help compensate for their generally low defense stats. Their long, hollow fangs are placed at the front of their mouths, and can pierce most armor to deliver lethal doses of venom. But one drawback to the flesh-destroying hemotoxins used by most builds in this group is that they can take a while to immobilize players. Most Viper builds also spec into the infrared heat sensing ability, making them extremely powerful nocturnal ambush attackers and compensating for their lack of speed. Some members of the Viper faction tack on tail adaptations too, for access to the intimidation and luring abilities, but these perks are minor compared to their raw offensive potential. Coming in at the bottom of A tier are Gaboon Vipers, combining the highest defense stat of any venomous build, with near unbeatable stealth and an incredibly high strike speed. Despite their bulky appearance, Gaboon Vipers are almost invisible to spot during gameplay, and are notorious for destroying unsuspecting players due to the sheer volume of venom delivered during an attack, despite their relatively underpowered toxicity compared to other Vipers. With the longest fangs of any Viper, they can deal significant physical piercing damage, in addition to any toxic effects caused by the venom. They conserve energy by remaining motionless when not in combat, and are rather difficult to provoke into unnecessary confrontation. While Gaboon Vipers are an excellent choice for ambush-based play in jungle maps, their lack of versatility and low aggression means they can be easily outmaneuvered by other builds. Speaking of bites, if dealing massive damage with a bite appeals to you as a player, then the Snapping Turtle build is for you. These guys break into A tier by opting for a high power level. They aren't as abysmally slow as tortoises are, but they're not speed demons by any means. So, in order to take down their targets, they opt for the bait and punish strategy. They've got solid stealth, but what really helps them here is their lure ability. This rare and powerful ability allows the user to disguise themselves as loot, which I think we can all agree can be pretty irresistible at times. Because they function as ambush predators with great defense, but have low to medium mobility, they actually occupy a similar niche in water as vipers do on land. And so I think it's only fair they earn the same rating of low A tier. Cottonmouths rank slightly higher in A tier due to their rare ability to use the skill set of the Viper class effectively in the aquatic realm. As the only Viper build in the game with aquatic adaptations, their potent venom and fishhook-shaped fangs make them incredibly effective at farming out fish and frog players for easy XP. This build specs into the caudal luring ability at lower levels, allowing them to quickly become competitive, and shed this ability at higher levels in favor of better camouflage. Cottonmouths are also relatively tanky and escape many combat situations by using intimidation tactics. Their dominance in aquatic maps makes them able to occasionally overcome more competitive generalist builds, but this is limited by biome and therefore not useful during the majority of gameplay. The Tegu is a lizard build that has long been overlooked, but has recently become a serious contender on the tier list. Its recent invasion into the North American server has destabilized the local meta, and when you look at their stats, it's easy to see why. Tegus are similar in both strategy and stats to the iguana, but slightly slower and more defense-oriented. Their thicker hide and stockier build allows them to shake off attacks that would send other characters reeling. They've also got a higher intelligence stat than most lizards, which, in addition to making them surprisingly decent support builds, also makes them great at outsmarting builds like alligators in order to attack their nests. Tegus are also omnivores, meaning they aren't forced to participate in PvP in order to level up. They did spec into the Autotomy ability though, which I unfortunately think keeps them out of top tier. Rounding out A tier is the Rattlesnake. Best suited for desert and forest biomes, these snakes combine a variety of overpowered special abilities with well-allocated base stats. Rattlesnakes are highly capable builds for ambush-based stealth play due to their ability to create thermal maps of other players in low-visibility situations, which makes them one of the most effective counters for mammal players with the night vision ability. Instead of risking health by grappling with other players, rattlesnakes deliver a lethal amount of venom in one quick strike, and then use their prey tracking ability to find them after they've succumbed to toxic status effects. One major advantage for rattlesnake players is the highly effective rattle intimidation technique, which allows them to scare off more powerful challengers without wasting venom or risking serious damage. While rattlesnakes sit at the top of A tier due to their relatively well-rounded stats among members of the Viper class, all Viper builds are still classified as glass cannons and tend to lose out against opponents with quicker acting venom, superior speed, or high enough HP to tank their attacks. And now for the real standout, the turtle who's brave enough to take a build normally only viable in ponds and rivers, and bring it to a much more competitive server, sea turtles. Sea turtles are proof that even in a server full of power and intelligence pures, tanks can still be a completely viable option. By speccing into the omnivore playstyle, as opposed to obligate herbivore or carnivore, they never really need to pick fights they can't win. They can always just eat plants while waiting for the next easy opportunity to score a high XP kill. This kind of build is a pretty cookie-cutter survivalist / scavenger build, which would already be solid on its own. However, where sea turtle really shine is their additional defense points placed not into physical resistance, but into venom resistance. The venom of a jellyfish has the potential to one-shot just about anything, but sea turtle players have recognized that aside from venom and stealth, they're completely defenseless. And so by taking the venom resistance perk, they've got an almost completely uncontested source of XP. Now, I don't want you to think sea turtles are easy mode. Because they live in the ocean, there are players with high enough physical attack force to pierce their shell. The tiger shark's serrated teeth are specifically evolved to cut through armor, so a sea turtle needs to rely not only on their armor, but on their size and shape in relation to the shark's mouth. Shark players can only pierce armor if they secure a grab, and so by facing the ungrabbable face of their shell towards the shark, it can repel a strike that would otherwise be a game ender for them. The fact that sea turtles have any good defensive options at all is a testament to the excellence of this build, and it earns the rank of A+ tier. So, without a shadow of a doubt, the best lizard build is the Monitor Lizard. They have everything. They've got the best stats, a combination of great mobility, power, size, and intelligence. Similar to the iguana, Monitor Lizards have an extremely powerful tail whip, capable of deterring even top-tier predators. Monitor Lizards also have a venomous bite, which again is a rarity in the lizard faction. While not the speediest lizards outright, they do have great versatility in their movement, being able to swim efficiently as well as climb most surfaces, though not to the same degree as the marine iguana or the gecko respectively. Their high intelligence enables them to consistently figure out ways to successfully raid the spawn points of other players, and their high defense makes it so they can be rather difficult to stop once they've committed to an attack. This faction also contains the most powerful lizard in the game, a lizard that reaches near dinosaur power levels. Komodo dragons are extremely powerful. They have a venomous bite that, while not as powerful as cobra venom, is still powerful enough to seriously weaken even the tankiest builds. But even without that, they'd be an absolute powerhouse. Their tail swipes, claw slashes, and thrashing bites can easily shred through the HP of their targets. Their only real weakness is their speed, which, while solid, isn't broken by any means. Still, with their incredible sense of smell, a player can never really truly escape a Komodo that's hunting them. The distance that you need to flee in order to make the Komodo unable to track you down would require you to leave the island server entirely. Last but certainly not least, Komodos, as well as the entire Monitor Lizard player base, understand that their tails are an invaluable weapon that shouldn't be sacrificed in order to escape a battle. Coming up first in S tier is the Cobra build. With impressive base speed, these snakes can actively chase down other players rather than having to solely rely on an ambush strategy. Variants of the Cobra build can spec into moderate aquatic and climbing proficiency, allowing for particularly well-rounded gameplay. Their fast-acting venom is mostly neurotoxic, but can have mixed toxic effects that melt through flesh and maximize the amount of pain inflicted. Even elephant players, the tankiest terrestrial build in the entire game, can be taken down by the ridiculous amount of sheer toxic damage inflicted by a well-placed bite. While all Cobra builds have forward-placed fangs to maximize venom delivery, Spitting Cobra players can use the only ranged attack in the entire snake class by spraying venom up to 2 meters through holes at the front of their fangs. This move has high accuracy and can permanently blind other players when used effectively. Cobra builds advertise their power by using a unique hood modification, intimidating the vast majority of players away from trying to challenge them in the first place. With enough offensive capabilities to take on an entire team of attackers at once, it's no question that Cobras are one of the most competitively viable builds in the snake faction. Next in S tier are sea snakes. With full aquatic adaptations and special underwater sensory skills, these builds can access hard-to-reach areas to demolish even the most competitive fish players. Their fangs are relatively small compared to the closely related Cobra builds, but this works in conjunction with a special attack style. Their venom is some of the deadliest in the game, but causes almost no pain, meaning that other players may not even know they've been hit before fatal toxic damage sets in. While they are effective at using trickster tactics to take down enemies independently, sea snake players can also hunt in teams to capitalize on their own offensive potential and compensate for their low individual HP. This build does have a bit of a high skill floor though, and inexperienced players may struggle at playing around the sea snake's defensive weaknesses. The Sea Snake build has a unique playstyle that can be hard to master, but with the ability to 1v1 eels and win, this build sits at the top for those who enjoy a challenge. The final build on this tier list is the Black Mamba. With incredibly overpowered base stats for their class, including ridiculous damage and speed, the Black Mamba is by far the most competitive snake, both in terrestrial and arboreal combat situations. Their speed isn't just with respect to movement. The lethal venom of the Black Mamba takes effect extremely quickly, and can decimate enemies of any size due to the high dose delivered in each bite. Black Mamba venom imposes a variety of neurological status effects, including respiratory failure and vision loss, making them one of the most feared opponents in direct combat. Mamba builds have an extremely aggressive and fast-paced playstyle that leaves little room for counterplay, especially considering that their HP and defense stats are among the highest of any venom users due to their large size. While they don't have any unique moves to speak of, Black Mambas dominate by using strategies common among snake players, and do so to an exceptionally effective degree. Topping the charts with the highest DPS potential of any snake, and respectable defensive skills to boot, the Black Mamba is the undisputed ruler of snake builds. At the very top of the reptile tier list, we have the alligators and crocodiles, the two ultimate powerhouses of the reptile faction. They've got absurdly high base stats and a multitude of utterly broken abilities. First and foremost is their bite attack. The Croc's bite is the strongest in the game, able to one-shot most low to mid HP targets and deal serious damage even to the bulkiest players. One of the most important things to note is that this bite deals crushing type damage, making it one of the few bite attacks in the game powerful enough to overwhelm most defenses, even the high-level armor seen in builds like the Turtle and Armadillo. But as powerful and damaging as the Croc's bite is, Crocodilian players aren't actually optimized for direct damage. In fact, most tank builds can recover from a single bite without much consequence. The Crocodile's strategy revolves around being able to bring down large targets, usually ones that have enough HP to survive several powerful attacks. That's why, despite having the strongest bite force in the game, in terms of pure DPS, a Croc's bite is surpassed by sharks due to their serrated, blade-like teeth. While a Croc definitely could spec into this type of tooth, for the relevant matchups, the Crocodile's curved conical teeth are more useful. These teeth make the Crocodile's grapple much more difficult to break out of, and this is where the Crocodile's ability to take down tank builds really shines through, as their infamous grapple combo, the Death Roll, is one of the most powerful attacks in the game, and can tear through the HP of even the bulkiest players. Let's continue with the Croc's other strong points. The most important ones are going to be the two abilities they use to maximize their effectiveness in the water, both for stealth and mobility. First, their rudder-like tail grants them a massive speed boost while swimming. This is what shifts many a matchup in their favor when in combat in the water, as most of the Croc's potential targets easily outmaneuver it on land. And second, their nostrils and eyes being situated on the top of their heads grants them the unique ability to remain almost completely hidden underwater while still remaining vigilant of their above-water surroundings, and allows them to keep their stamina topped up by not forcing them to hold their breath. Because of their crazy high stats and stacked ability pool, crocodiles and alligators remain the ultimate reptiles. If you've been watching my videos for a while, you may have noticed that some of the content in this video was a bit familiar.
Genderfuck is the thing. We're not really going to talk about genderfuck.
Genderfuck is a thing?
Some people identify as genderfuck.
Honestly, I kind of feel that, but like...
Yeah, it honestly feels kind of
Are you going to give the
I'll talk about it,
definition?
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm curious about that one. I haven't heard that one, so...
We're also going to talk about the difference between transsexual, transvestite, transgender, cross-dresser, and drag. Because people get those things confused all of the time, and there's no need. We'll also talk about the difference between gender identity and gender expression within that same little section. We will also then talk about gender-affirming surgery, HRT, blockers, FFS, FMS, gender dysphoria, and I think we're going to wrap it all up with something that may end up turning into its own episode one day, autogynephilia.
I feel like we might have to do a whole separate thing.
That opened up such a can of worms for me because I was like, I know this little bit of shit, and I know it's some bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And then just scratching the
There
surface
was much
of
more
the little
bullshit.
bit of bullshit,
There was a lot
I was
of
like,
bullshit.
holy fucking shit, this is a lot of
There's
bullshit.
62 rune crafting. There we go. Okay, so I'm done playing 04 for the night, but I'm gonna put some nail strengthener on and just watch some shit.
It's a lot
There's
of
bullshit inside of the bullshit,
And it's
underneath
insane.
of the bullshit,
Yeah.
inside of the bullshit.
It's shitception.
Turtles all the way down. That's what I'm saying. Without further ado, would you like to do this episode?
Yes, we shall.
Fantastic. So, obviously, there's a lot of hullabaloo around the term cisgender.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of people saying it's a slur. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not cis. I'm normal. All this kind of
I
bullshit.
feel like cis people that do the whole, like, well, cis is a slur. I feel like people that are in a position of privilege based on their identity like to do this thing where when there are conversations happening about, like, hey, our community is not having a good time. We'd like to change that. They'll take something and blow it up into a thing and be like, well, you're oppressing us.
Yeah.
So that way they don't address the problem.
Yeah.
Where it's like, no, actually,
it's a
cis
distraction.
is just...
It's a diversion. So, yeah, it's just to throw some sand in the wheels of progress.
Yeah, and also, this is the thing. The terminology when discussing trans people and gender, we use these terms to make it less confusing.
Yeah.
Like, that's the point of all of this.
Quite literally.
To be inclusive and also be less confusing. And the people that claim that we are so confusing make it more confusing by, well, this is a slur, and also, I don't get, well, the pronouns. And then, like, I've talked to transphobic people where they'll start misgendering a person in their story. And then not only am I like, hey, you're being transphobic, also, I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. Because you're calling them everything but their pronoun, and I genuinely don't know who you're talking. You're making it confusing.
Yeah. It's not confusing. You are confused.
Yes, and you're making it confusing the way you
I'm
talk about
sorry
it.
that you live in a world where AI has rotted your brain.
Literally.
And you are incapable of learning a single new word.
It's also the public education system in this
It's
country.
also but here's the thing. Neither term cis nor trans are new words.
No.
They come from Latin. They come from all the fucking way back in Latin, which came around before English. English is derived from Latin. So these words existed in Latin. And trans literally meant across from, and cis means same side as. That's it.
That's it.
And it applies in chemistry, uses these terms a lot. Geography uses these terms a lot. Genetics use these terms a lot. There's literally terms for people who are talking about like a nearby mountain. They'll be like, which side of the mountain? They'll be like, oh, the cis side. Or, oh, the trans side. The side we can see right now is the cis side, and the trans side is the side facing away from us.
Interesting.
The side we would have to climb up the mountain to get to.
I always thought the term transgender came from transitioning.
No. It means
Okay.
opposite across from gender.
Yes.
It means your gender is across from the gender
where you
we
started.
assigned you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It literally means that.
I didn't know that.
The word transition comes from the Latin root trans, which means across. A
Oh.
transition is going across.
You're right. So it's,
Anytime the
okay.
word trans appears in our language, it means across.
Across, you're right.
Always. Transversal is a line that goes across another line.
Transatlantic, across
the Atlantic. Yes, it always means across. And cis is a word that we use less, but it pops up,
Yep.
especially if you study chemistry, especially if
Okay.
you climb mountains. Because in
makes sense.
chemistry, you can have a cis isomer, which means that all of the atoms are located on the same side of the compound.
Okay.
In genetics, you can have a gene, like you can have something that is impacting something cis, which means it's impacting a very nearby gene. And if it's impacting a very far away gene, they call it trans.
Well,
this word entered our lexicon, right? The reason we even say cisgender, because that was not really a thing prior to this woman, Dana Leyland DeFosse, who is a cisgender woman who in 1994 was on an internet forum because she was writing a paper in her college class on specifically the treatment of transgender kids. She was
Okay.
doing a research paper. And she was realizing as she was writing this paper, there wasn't really a word that existed to refer to non-trans people, but it kept being a thing she wanted to say.
Yeah.
And not just have to write out the words people who are not trans every single time. And she also felt it was really weird to try to say normal people. She was like, well, trans people are normal too.
Yeah, that doesn't feel correct.
There's got to just be a word. And so she looked into it and was like, well, I also have been studying chemistry, And I know that
And the opposite of.
and molecules, when they're gathered on opposite sides, are called a trans isomer, and when they're on the same side, they're a cis isomer.
Okay.
So if I just call them cisgender instead of transgender people, that means their gender is on the same side as we assigned them at birth. And if they are transgender, that means their gender is the opposite side of the gender spectrum that they were assigned at birth.
Okay.
Literally was just like, oh, easy enough. And so she was in this internet forum with all these trans people in 1994. I didn't know trans internet forums existed in 1994, but she was on one talking to trans people across the internet and being like, hey, what do y'all think about this word? And they were like, thumbs up, do it, go for it.
Cool.
Sounds good.
She was ahead of her time then, because I feel like I learned what a trans person was in 2010, and any idea of a trans person I had prior to that was it's just a dude who cross-dresses and does drugs and prostitutes.
Yeah.
And trans dudes weren't a thing. Like, that was kind of what society saw of the trans community prior to it, because there was no representation. So she was, smarter than everybody and very much understanding.
I genuinely think the first time I ever heard about a trans person was the Eddie Murphy story.
The what?
Eddie Murphy at one point was like caught with a trans prostitute.
Okay.
And was arrested for it. And everyone was saying he was gay. And now I'm like, that doesn't sound gay to me.
No.
If he was hooking up with a chick, like whatever. But when it happened, everyone was like, Eddie Murphy's gay.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, back then people understood because there was no media representation. So I know as a kid,
literally.
I didn't even know the word transgender. I thought of transgender people as all transvestites, which I thought meant just a guy that dresses in women's clothing and is a prostitute.
But
That's
we'll
like
talk about all those things.
We will.
When we get to that section.
Yes. Sounds like she was smart enough to realize these are people that are experiencing a real thing and they're just people.
That's
And
why she was doing her research projects on trans kids and how they're treated.
Yeah.
So in her words, she said there did not seem to be a way to describe people who were not transgender without couching them in normalcy and making transgender identity automatically the other.
Yeah.
So she decided to come up with this word. There is a common misconception that goes around on the internet whenever people talk about cis, especially the people who want it to be a slur. There is a common misconception that the word was invented by a German sexologist and pedophile. And they all like to say that the word was created by a pedophile to try to normalize pedophilia.
Yeah. Which we're gonna get into we're gonna get into the transphobic guy who's the actual one, but
Look, there's a lot of shit we're gonna talk about.
All of these men accusing the gay people and trans people of being pedophiles are the pedophiles, and the Epstein files have been dropping. So I hope you're realizing that if you're one of the idiots that believe trans people are pedophiles, it's actually your fucking president that you voted for, dumbasses.
Yes, but the idea that this man invented the word has been pushed heavily by Elon Musk on Twitter. Whenever somebody mentions it, he retweets it, he comments on it, he's like, yep, that's true, ignore that fucking pedophile. Like, he's all over this. He's spreading it like crazy. Personally. He's personally spreading this lie.
I want to beat up Elon Musk so bad, I swear to God.
He deserves it. You absolutely could. I think he would be a pushover.
Yeah.
His center of gravity is too high.
His rib cage pops out to here.
Yeah, you could just poke him and he would just fall over.
Literally. He'd be like,
you shouldn't have pushed me. That was already too strong to push over. Seemed to have made me experience high tide.
Anyways.
When Elon Musk announced in 2023 that cis and cisgender would be considered slurs on Twitter and anyone who used the word would have their post taken down and possibly their account banned, Dana Leyland, who invented the term cisgender, responded. Well, it comes as no surprise, considering his ghastly history of attacking trans people, banning use of a word that's part of our daily vocabulary around the world that appears in the Oxford English Dictionary. It's a cowardly and futile attempt to censor an idea which is way bigger and more enduring than anything Musk could hope to offer.
Roasting him professionally.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. And then she said, when someone like William Shatner argues, I'm not cis, I'm normal, that is a very loaded idea that is really destructive and hateful. She equated the attack on the word cisgender to the attack on trans people in general and likened that to a pogrom, which means genocide, basically.
Yeah.
And she basically said, look, cisgender is a straw man. It's easier to attack a word than to address the reasons people feel intimidated by discussions of gender identity. The word is a threat because it linguistically separates biological sex from socially constructed categories of woman and man, which undermines heteronormativity, which is critical to defending patriarchal sex roles and procreation. It is not surprising that those who have garnered dominance and privilege from traditional
Fart? Wait, hold on.
normativity, which is the belief that women need men to protect them, and girl boss empowerment, which is that women can do no wrong and the only evil is men, fueled almost exclusively by an obsession with defining womanhood, which for some reason always seems to boil down to genetics, eugenics, and patriarchal ideology.
Nazi ideology.
Nazi ideology. Viv, in the 2008 blog, which is the first place that existed online, she points out in that blog that TERF is probably the wrong word for these people because their views are far too essentialist to be considered feminist, let alone radical feminist.
Yeah.
She, at the time, proposed TES.
What does that stand for?
Trans exclusionary separatists.
Yeah.
Because her whole point was like, these people have been at our feminist meetings. They seem to generally align with everything that we say at the feminist meetings. They're happy to join up, they're happy to help us throw the events, they're happy to work with us until we say we should let trans people come. As soon as that happens, they fully separate to a separate side of the room, all of them versus all of us. All of us, the people who are like, why can't trans women come? And all of them who are like, we are different from you, and that is crossing a line for me.
August 15, 1957. A summer camp in Wingdale, New York. The witness, Paul Geller, and 7 other campers had been sent to bed early as punishment by the camp counselor after they had snuck off together without telling anyone earlier in the day. While in the cabin at around 10 p.m., Geller and some of the boys realized that the counselor that was supposed to be keeping an eye on them had sneaked off to go watch a late basketball game. Despite this, possibly because they were tired, they elected to remain in their beds in their darkened cabin, watching the forest through the window and chatting. The beds faced a large screen window, and they had a pretty good view of the trees and the sky. Suddenly, as they quietly talked, something strange caught their attention above the trees. A round light seemed to blink on. It remained hovering there for some time, blinking on and off, before eventually drifting away out of the view of the boys. Intrigued, some of the boys chatted with each other about what it might have been. Within 5 minutes, 2 more objects appeared on the scene, blinking and going in different directions, sideways and up and down. Soon they also disappeared from view. By now, all of the boys were huddled, looking out the window. Within minutes, 5 more glowing, blinking lights appeared. They also disappeared from view after a period of time. The boys stayed up watching the window, but nothing else happened, and they returned to their beds and went to sleep. Paul Geller found himself too excited to sleep, and he remained there, laying in his bed, staring out the window long after his friends had drifted off to sleep. Suddenly, without a sound, seemingly from out of nowhere, a bright, luminous, glowing, circular disc lit up above the trees. It was about 100 feet away. Geller could see 5 lights in a circular, clockwise configuration surrounding the disc. He tried to sit up, but claims that he felt almost paralyzed as his eyes locked on to the strange object. As he lay there, something almost indescribable occurred. Instead of seeing the milky white glowing underbelly of the aerial craft surrounded by 5 white glowing lights, this image was replaced or superimposed by a sideways cutaway view of the inside of the object. Geller likened it to watching a movie. He noticed that the UFO had a circular viewing screen. Surrounding the viewing screen was a circular control panel. Sitting in 2 large bucket seats next to each other and facing the viewing screen were the craft's pilots. Though these pilots looked anything but human, for sitting there were 2 massive, hairy creatures. Geller had a near perfect view of the creatures. He described that they were between 9 to 10 feet tall, had golden, tan-orange, long, shaggy, furry hair, long arms and legs, stooped shoulders, and pink circles around their eyes. They seemed to be wearing goggles that covered up about 3/5 of the pink circles. Their feet were huge and pink with large toes. 1 to 3 foot long, shaggy, golden tan hair covered their legs. Each creature grasped, clenched a narrow rectangular control bar, protruding approximately 2 feet out of the floor with its 2 feet. In unison, each pumped the 2 bars that were level to the floor like an organ pedal, up and down and up again, over and over as they watched the witness and their view screen. The creature closest to Geller's point of view slowly turned 90 degrees and looked directly at him. He seemed to stare at Geller for a period of time, and Geller was able to examine him. He had the appearance of a super intelligent Borneo orangutan. He had a huge mouth and 2 long fangs protruding from the upper jaw. Geller could see piercing blue eyes through the clear goggles. Geller had trouble describing what happened next, only that he got the sense that the creature was somehow connecting to him, like he was inside his mind. The second creature, the one further away, was looking at Geller, though on the main view screen. Geller could see the screen and see himself lying in the bed. The second creature continued to pump the long, narrow bar in and out of the floor with its pink feet. Suddenly, the visual connection terminated. He was again staring at the glowing undercarriage of the craft. 2 seconds later, the craft, without a sound, disappeared from view. Geller was able to move again, and he woke his fellow campers and told them of his experience. At the time, Geller had no idea what the creatures inside the craft might have been, but in the years since the incident, he began to hear stories of a large, hairy, bipedal creature scaring campers and loggers in the Pacific Northwest. To him, the creatures he saw that night inside the craft very much resemble these Bigfoot creatures so often talked about. There are a large number of Bigfoot researchers who absolutely will not entertain the notion that these creatures might be somehow linked to the UFO phenomenon, though cases like Paul Geller's suggest that the possibility at least exists that these Bigfoot creatures might actually come here from somewhere else. Knott Hill Reservoir is a part of Ashton-under-Lyne to the east of Manchester in England. It was decommissioned by Northwest Water in the late 1970s and has since become a popular spot for hikers and those looking to do some fishing. It also has a dark history. In October 1936, an unemployed collier named Arthur Dawson took his own life by drowning. On Monday, July 21st, 2008, a hiker stumbled upon the bodies of 17-year-old Lee Flanagan and 18-year-old Craig Finn floating in the reservoir. Apparently, the teens were looking to get into a little swimming before doing some fishing later that day. Somehow, the pair had got caught up in the weeds and drowned. A memorial set up for the pair had to be removed due to vandalism a week later. The reservoir also had its share of UFO sightings over the years, though the weirdest event would take place one summer morning in 2012, when a person stumbled upon something in a field that shouldn't have been there. It was Sunday, August 28, 2012, 5:15 a.m. The witness, no name given, had gone out for an early morning hike around the Knott Hill Reservoir. The hiker kept their eyes on the sun as it was just barely peeking over the trees. It was a beautiful sight and well worth getting up extra early to see. The witness carried on with their walk, soon coming upon a gated area in the woods. They sensed something was off. They stopped briefly and peered through the gate into an adjacent field. They were astonished to see 4 huge interlocked windows sitting there in the grass. They immediately assumed it was some kind of building. The area surrounding the reservoir was not meant to be developed at all. From what they could remember, there was no building there and never had been. So where did it come from? Who built it? How did they construct it so fast? The witness asked himself. Staring into the windows, the witness could see rows and rows of what looked like ordinary, normal people working on some kind of assembly line. Suddenly, one of the windows opened and a man's head popped out. He gruffly shouted, "You're not supposed to be here. Go home." The witness felt immediate fear. His words, "go home," were clearly meant as a command rather than a polite request. They sensed that if they remained there any longer, something terrible would happen. The witness quickly retreated, running as fast as they could. They didn't stop until they reached home. Still shook up by the experience, the witness checked the mapping app on their phone, along with satellite photos, and saw that the field should indeed have been empty. Later in the day, the witness, still frightened by what had happened, managed to convince 2 friends to accompany them back to the field. When they arrived there, they found that it was empty. It was just a normal field. No building, no people. A quick search of the spot where the building had been sitting revealed nothing. They found nothing to indicate that anything of an immense size had been sitting there, nor did they find any trace of construction equipment. It was truly bizarre, and the witness had no way of explaining it. But what was it exactly that they had seen? The witness noted that it looked like 4 large interlocked windows. Inside, there were seemingly normal-looking people milling about, apparently hard at work on something akin to an assembly line, almost like what one would see inside of a factory. In his book Strange Manchester, author Adrian Finney postulated a number of theories regarding what the witness might have glimpsed that morning, including a possible neighboring dimension or multiverse. one where the area around the reservoir was industrialized, and the witness, briefly glimpsed through a thinning veil between the worlds, was suspected of trespassing. Finney also suggested that it might have been a time slip, noting that the building sounded very modern. He thought possibly that the witness had peered across the vastness of time and observed things yet to be, and that sometime in the not-too-distant future, a factory would be built on that land. Whether it was another dimension, another time, or something else altogether, it does seem that, for a brief moment, this witness not only stared at, but interacted with the beyond.
"2025 saw the Paranormal Scholar mark its 10th anniversary, a full decade of content exploring everything from ghosts and spirits through to aliens and UFOs, to cryptids, to witches, to magic, and everything you could possibly think of in between that falls under the umbrella of the paranormal. It has been such a pleasure to share these cases and phenomena with you across the years. And so, since we are now in a new year, I wanted to pull together 10 of my videos to share with you in a compilation. When selecting these 10 videos, I tried to select from across the 10 years and cover lots of different sorts of paranormal phenomena. But to be honest, if you'd asked me tomorrow or the day after next to select 10 videos again, I probably would have selected a completely different set. It was really difficult for me to narrow down what amounts to a decade worth of work into just 10 videos. Before we start each video, I'll be offering you a few words as to why I think they're each worth a rewatch. And whilst we're talking about collective work over the past decade, I'd like to bring your attention to a special event that Eric and I will be hosting at the museum in February to mark the 170th anniversary of Jane Blakemore's murder. If you've been following my work for many years, you'll know that I produced, alongside my husband Eric, 2 very important documentary films called In Search of the Dead and Jane Blakemore Was Murdered. They represent years' worth of work and combined is the most important case that I have ever shared with the public. So on Wednesday, the 4th of February at 7 p.m, we're having a free-to-attend event here in Carmarthen at Routledge Museum of the Paranormal and Spirituality, where we will be showing the 2023 documentary film Jane Blakemore Was Murdered, and we'll also be unveiling a brand new memorial plaque for Jane that will be displayed in the chapel here at the museum. But for now, let us get back on track and begin with the first of 10 videos that showcased the very best of the Paranormal Scholar across the decade. My name is Laura, and you are watching The Paranormal Scholar. The first video that I've chosen for you to rewatch is one of those rare occasions where I get direct feedback from the people involved. After publishing this documentary on quite a horrific haunting and demonic possession case, I was actually contacted by not one but 2 members of the Cramner family, the son Bobby and the protagonist, the lead focus of the phenomena, Bob Cramner himself, to let me know that they were pleased with the documentary and that, in their opinion, they were pleased with how their experiences were portrayed. That was very satisfying to me, as I do put such a lot of work into researching and writing these video essay-style scripts, so to have that direct feedback was a particular highlight for me. Let me know what you think.
In the early 2010s,
ground-penetrating radar systems, the United States' largest company specializing in the detection of underground utilities, was called to a residential property on Brownsville Road in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Their job was an odd one, to use their radar to scan the ground at the bottom of an old oak tree. There were no utilities to install, no construction work scheduled at the house. Their task was simply to scan and report their findings. And so they did, and were surprised to discover a man-made disturbance at the base of the tree. 11 by 6 foot, it seemed to contain 4 figures lying horizontally 4 to 5 feet below the earth. It was, in short, an excavated grave site. When they shared their findings with the owner of the house, he was not surprised. After all, Bob Cranmer had long suspected there were human remains in his garden. Local legend, his own research, and over 2 decades of horrific happenings experienced by himself, his family, and the priests he invited into his home all told him there must have been. For certainly, what took place in the Cranmer family's home after they moved in December 1988 was anything but normal, and could only be attributed to something otherworldly. Restless spirits of the dead, whose lives had been terribly cut short, a decades-old curse whose malignant energy saturated the very fabric of the building, and even, quite possibly, a demonic entity whose grip became so strong on that old monstrous house that Cranmer on more than one occasion was left not merely fearing for his life, but his soul as well. My name is Nora, and you are watching The Paranormal Scholar. Bob Cranmer was 32 years old when he moved into 3406 Brownsville Road. After serving as a military intelligence officer in the US Army, he was ready to reprioritize his life. Married and with 4 children under the age of 4, he was granted a special request for hardship resignation after losing his older brother Gene in a terrible car accident. And so he packed up his life and moved his family back to Pittsburgh, specifically to Brentwood, the borough where he had grown up all those years before. Desirous to give his children the best sort of upbringing, one where they could ride their bikes to visit their grandparents whenever they liked, it seemed like fate when he heard that the owners of 3406 Brownsville Road, a stately 14-roomed mini mansion with leaded glass windows, big white pillars, and ornate woodwork, were extremely anxious to sell. It had, after all, been his childhood ambition to own that particular house, having passed it on a regular basis, staring across the large yard with fascination as a boy. And so he jumped at the chance, arranging the viewing and having his first offer accepted straight away by the couple who owned it. And yet, right from the very beginning, there is said to have been something unsettling about the building. Writing in his autobiographical book, The Demon of Brownsville Road, Cranmer describes how, when viewing the property for the first time, his eldest son, a then 2-year-old by the name of Bobby Jr., wandered away from his parents. They found him crying, his mouth wide open and his eyes squeezed shut on the first landing of the staircase. It seemed as though he had got lost in the big house, and yet, when they first heard his tears, Mrs. McHenry, the lady who was selling the house, raced to find him, immediately throwing her arms around him when she did. According to Cranmer, she looked around frantically as she embraced the little boy, almost as if she expected to see something. After asking Bobby if something had scared him, the woman gently released him, then told Cranmer and his wife Lisa that they needed to keep better track of their children. At the time, the Cranmers dismissed the incident, attributing Mrs. McHenry's words to her odd personality and reluctance to leave a home that she and her husband had obviously put so much work into. And yet, after moving into the property later that year, Cranmer couldn't help but wonder if there was something more to Mrs. McHenry's behavior than her own personal peculiarity. According to Cranmer, walking into the house felt like walking into the inner bowels of a large ocean-going ship. It was engulfing, all-consuming, and everyone who lived there felt it. The children, so Cranmer writes, felt uncomfortable being alone at night in their rooms and would often sneak into their parents' bed by morning. Bobby had an especial dislike of his bed and would often be found fast asleep, curled up inside his closet with the light turned on. He did this so regularly, in fact, that his parents eventually gave up trying to coax him out and instead put a crib mattress in the closet for him to sleep on, a behavior that he continued for about a year after moving in. And so, in Bob Cranmer's mind, there was undoubtedly a negative energy in the house. Even so, he tried to dismiss it, blaming it on the fact that neither he nor his children were used to living in such large rooms. Eventually, they would all acclimatize. It was, after all, his dream home, and the last thing he wanted was for it to transform into a nightmare. In an attempt to put her son and his young family's minds at rest, Cranmer's mother suggested that they ask a priest to come and bless the house. And so, reluctantly, Cranmer agreed and invited his mother's favourite priest, an approachable, affable man called Father Victor, to do so. Room by room, he blessed the home, the only exception being Bobby's bedroom. Scowling in the doorway, he refused to let the priest enter. It was no matter. The priest would simply bless the outside and continue on his way. There was no use in upsetting the little boy, especially since he was already having problems settling into his bedroom. And so it was that the Cranmer family began a new chapter in their life. A new house, a new job, and even, Cranmer tells in his book, a new car. Everything was fresh and exciting for the family, and yet it didn't feel like it at all. This feeling intensified when, planting flowers in the front yard the spring after moving, Cranmer discovered a small metal box buried about 6 inches down into the soil. Inside there were several religious medals and a set of rosary beads. When he phoned the previous owners to ask if they knew anything about it, he claims he was told, forcefully, to put it back exactly where he had found it. It was soon after this that strange things began to happen inside the house. In his book, Cranmer is clear to state that the first few incidents were more annoying than alarming. The light pool in the cupboard under the stairs, for example, would often be discovered meticulously twisted around one of the small screws which held in the glass shade of the light. It was too high up for his children to reach, and his wife, Lisa, asserted that she hadn't done it. In other areas of the house, specifically the basement, lights are said to have turned on by themselves. Cranmer even claims that a chair, which ought to have been positioned at his workbench, would regularly move, mysteriously and without explanation, so that it was sitting in the centre of the room, facing the wood burner. Upstairs, in the middle of the night, outside the doors of their bedrooms, his children would report the sounds of footsteps and knocking. It was inexplicable and certainly strange, but Bob and Lisa knew little of what to do. And so they laughed it off, half jokingly, half not, blaming it on their very own Casper, the friendly ghost. Then, when their children started to report seeing a misty, black figure stalking the corners, corridors, and doorways of the house, the joking stopped. Around this time, Bob Cranmer had begun to pursue a career in politics, being elected to Brentwood Council in 1991. This meant he was often away from the house, working late and away from his family. As might be expected, his relationship with both his wife and his children began to strain. They would get into fights more often, tempers would be lost all too easily, and over issues that were really not worth the heartache. And yet his political career, so Cranmer reflects in his book, was only partly to blame. The disputes were simply too much, too frequent, too out of control. Certainly, after moving into Bobby's bedroom, a room which the family referred to as the Blue Room for a time whilst they renovated another part of the house, Lisa is said to have suffered such acute personality changes that she ended up spending 2 weeks in a psychiatric ward. She had, so Cranmer claims, suffered a mental attack, her energy being drained by the evil which resided in the house. An evil which, for some concealed reason, was connected to the Blue Room. Talking about his experiences many years later, Bobby has explained how the Blue Room profoundly frightened him. It had, after all, been his bedroom for 6 years, and it was in there that, so he has alleged, he once saw a Grim Reaper-esque entity that terrified him to such an extreme degree that he felt as though he was going to die. One day, whilst in the 5th grade, and so 10 or 11 years of age, Bobby was off school. Ill, he was home alone, his father at work, his siblings at school, and his mother at the pharmacy getting him medicine. He describes lying in bed when he heard a strange noise, something akin to the sound of bagpipes getting louder and louder. As it did, the door to his room opened. It was at this point that something very peculiar indeed supposedly entered the room. It was made out of what looked like static or lightning bolts, so Bobby relayed in his father's book. It was in the shape of a child's body, but without a face. Upon entering his bedroom, it is said to have moved to the end of his bed. Thereafter, a second figure appeared in the doorway. This one was darker than the last, much darker in fact. Tall, dressed in a black hooded robe, with one hand extending out from the fabric, it ran past the door. When Bobby, in fear, dragged his blankets over his head, they were supposedly ripped away, revealing another figure again. Floating above him, bright and faceless, it caused him to scream and squeeze his eyes shut until his mother returned home. Of course, it is very easy to attribute this childhood experience to illness. Bedbound and in need of medication, Bobby may have had a fever which could have provoked hallucinations. Although frightening, such sensory experiences while sick are not impossible. And yet, taken alongside everything else that is alleged to have occurred in the Brownsville Road house, it can be said to be a somewhat of a pedantic point to make. After all, as the happenings continued to escalate, the family invited others to come and bear witness. By early 2004, when the activity is said to have become entirely unhinged, with regular sightings, sounds, and even smells, including that of burning sulfur, being experienced in the house. This included 2 Passionist priests, Father Ed Moran and Michael Salvagna. In their opinion, the Cramner family were experiencing demonic infestation. Father Ed was the first of the 2 men to become involved. Describing himself as not really an expert in deliverance work, he nonetheless promised to do what he could, and subsequently visited the home to celebrate Mass with the family and perform prayers of expulsion. The very next day, picture frames across the house had been disturbed. Then, in the days after, other furniture was supposedly moved. The taps on the bath were opened, causing the tub to overflow. Clocks and watches were stopped. Electrical appliances, including the coffee maker
Basement
and the toaster,
1,
broke.
Guppy.
Plugs were pulled from electrical sockets, and both computers in the house were constantly going haywire. The situation was fast escalating out of control, most especially when, so claimed Bobby and his then-girlfriend, who was with him in his bedroom at the time, a CD flew across the room, slamming into a wall and exploding into several jagged pieces. It had barely missed the young man's
I'm
head.
tripping. This
1 inch
chest is
closer,
running away
it
from
might
me.
have done him serious injury. For all of this, there was no explanation, except
Where's the
perhaps what the priest had told them, that there was a demon spirit,
Stop
possessive
following me.
and aggressive, in the house. Before too long, a second priest became involved. His name was Father Michael Salvagna. Although not an official exorcist, he had over the years acquired a reputation for deliverance work. And so, arriving at the house in February 2004, his arrival signified a shift in the Cramner case. What follows in Bob Cranmer's book can only be described as acutely terrifying. Confronted head-on, the entity claimed to reside in the house is said to have become bolder, more aggressive, and more intent on achieving its purpose of utterly disrupting and destroying the Cramner family. Not merely did the relationships between different members of the family continue to decline, with Bob openly admitting that he and Lisa came close to divorce on several occasions, they also found themselves at war with their own selves. In an echo of Lisa's mental breakdown years before, both Bobby and another of the couple's sons, Charlie, attempted to take their own lives, earning them stays in Western Psychiatric Hospital. Everyone who slept in the home suffered terrible nightmares, with them on occasion waking to discover inexplicable, long, red, deep scratches and even bite marks on their bodies. Another ominous development was the discovery of puddles of blood-like fluid on the floors and walls of the house. Sometimes red, and other times a rusty orange color, it was also found on the metal threads of burnt-out light bulbs and, remarkably, 9 feet up the wall on the staircase leading to the upper level of the house. There was no way that anyone would have been able to deposit the sinister liquid there without a ladder. If it had been thrown, then how was it that the ceiling remained unsoiled? Besides, Cramner could not understand what motive there would have been for someone in the household to have done it. And so, unexplained, the liquid continued to appear for weeks and smelt, according to Lisa, like amniotic fluid. Wet and dripping, it, in Bob Cranmer's own words, looked as if the walls were bleeding. As the activity in the house intensified, Father Michael continued to visit and perform Mass, praying, blessing, and invoking the name and power of God and Jesus in order to drive the infestation from the home. As little as it seemed to be working, the family were told to expect it to get worse before it got better. The entity's reaction to their assaults was merely an increased effort on its part to make them stop, and thus intimidate them into capitulation. And so it was that yet another priest got involved. Described as the right-hand man of the bishop, Father Ron Langwin was the spokesman for the diocese and had been asked to help the family after one of Cramner's political friends, who knew of the situation, called the bishop on his behalf. For reasons which Cramner did not understand at the time, Father Ron never once visited the family home on Brownsville Road, and instead aided and instructed the family via telephone. At this point, the story becomes not merely more complicated, but more fantastical, but then also perhaps not. For if one is to believe in darkness, then one must equally believe in the light which makes it so, for certainly one cannot exist without the other. In this way, it is said by both Bob Cranmer and Father Ron, who has spoken publicly about the case in the years since, that a Christian mystic began to advise on the case. Her name was Connie Valenti. A woman by then in her 70s, she had, after aiding the police with a serious investigation, experienced backlash in the past, and as such had no desire for publicity. And so, a longtime friend of Father Ron, her involvement was kept secret from the Cranmer family until many years later. The insights that she was able to give allegedly came through extraordinary visions, something which, in a 2019 interview with the Catholic news website Spirit Daily, Father Ron described as spiritual knowledge given to her by God so as to help people. She was able, so we are told, to envision the interior of the Brownsville Road house without ever having been there, and thus view the spiritual presences inside. With such knowledge, she was able to offer advice to the family, which was given to them via the medium of Father Ron. In parapsychology, such an ability is referred to as remote viewing or clairvoyance. From a religious perspective, it is mysticism. Amongst many things, Valenti, via Father Ron, told the Cramners to cover a particular mirror in the house with a cloth. She also said that Bob should go through the house, room by room, throwing a small pinch of salt in every corner, including the entrances. As he did this, he was to repeat, "You are to leave this house, leave my family alone, and go back to where you came from." Other prayers were also recommended, all the while Father Michael continued to perform Mass for the family. Still, the activity worsened, and so by the summer of 2004, it was startlingly usual for Bob Cranmer to wake in the mornings covered in scratches, long red marks which ran like 3 claws from his neck down to his chest. Others in the house experienced this also, including his wife Lisa, who is said to have been physically pushed as well as marked. His son Bobby was even once so badly attacked that he had to be taken to the doctor. He had puncture wounds on his stomach. The medical professionals said that it looked as if a dog had bitten him. The family knew better. as the mystic Connie Valenti continued to advise the family, with Father Ron phoning Cranmer on a near-daily basis, some things, we are told, became clear to her. The evil in the house, she alleged, was primarily focused upon hurting children and mothers. The reason for this was, in part, because of a man who had been responsible for a tremendous amount of blood and more deaths than can be counted. According to local legend, a doctor who had once resided at another house on Brownsville Road, a house which publicly had a reputation for being haunted, had performed many illegal abortions in the 1920s and 30s. According to Valenti, whilst this may have been true, she felt a connection between that same doctor and the Cranmer residence. He had done evil things there, Father Ron related to Cranmer during one of their phone calls. Rough and rude and often drunk, the doctor was supposedly careless and made many mistakes in his work, taking no care for sanitary conditions and as such causing pain, anguish, and even the deaths of some of his patients. As for the remains of the terminations, these he had burnt in the furnace in the basement of the Cranmer's house. For, according to Valenti's visions, the doctor had rented space in the house away from his own home to set up a covert clinic so as to be able to perform his illegal procedures. The family who owned the property at the time was suffering financial troubles and so had consented, providing the doctor with, as Connie alleged, the bedroom at the top of the steps next to the bathroom, the room which the Cranmer family knew as the Blue Room. In particular, Valenti is said to have seen the body of a woman in a white dress who died at the bottom of the staircase. She wasn't married, but had been sent there by a friend, an older man, a politician. She was put in the car and taken to the hospital. She also claimed to have seen another woman screaming in pain, besides a knocked-over pan filled with blood. Such would explain the blood on the walls, the smell of birthing fluid, and even the hooded, Grim Reaper-like robed figure cited so many times in the house. It was a house of death, and this had triggered the demonic infestation. On top of this, it was also alleged not merely by Valenti, but by many in the local area, that a mother and her 3 young children had been dispatched on the grounds of the property by marauding Native Americans towards the end of the 18th century. This act of barbarity was supposedly done to discourage continued pioneer settlement in the area. The woman's husband, so the story goes, had been away fighting during the Northwest Indian War at the time. When he returned and discovered the shattered remains of his family, he had buried them there, planting an oak tree over their grave. Combined with the later, blood-soaked medical procedures said to have taken place in the house, this manifested a dark entity, one which reveled in the suffering of innocence and would seek, for as long as the land was occupied, to cause yet more pain and torment. It has also been suggested that all of this was exacerbated by a curse placed upon the house when it was built. One of the labourers working on the property is said to have coveted the young wife of the owner. When she did not respond to his advances, he cursed her husband, and indeed the very house which would shelter their marriage. And so, according to Bob Cranmer and indeed many others involved in the case, there were several reasons why the house was as it was. Such a sentiment was allegedly shared by the property's previous owners, most memorably in the odd behaviours of the McHenrys, the couple from whom the Cranmers had purchased the property. It is said that when Bob phoned in an attempt to arrange to meet up so as to talk explicitly about the activity in the house, Mr. McHenry became nervous and hung up. Another who had previously resided in the house, the by then elderly daughter of the man who took possession of the property in 1941, is said to have been more forthcoming. Cranmer describes a meeting with her during which she confirmed that she had experienced something of a spiritual nature in the house. Reportedly, during a housewarming party, a terrible racket had been heard upstairs, slamming doors, pounding on the walls, and furniture moving about. No one was supposed to be up there, and despite the entire party searching the entire house, no intruder could be found. It was suggested that such inexplicable happenings soon became a regular occurrence for the lady and her family. That the house was a hotbed of paranormal activity was also confirmed by researchers from the Penn State Paranormal Research Society. Comprising students from Pennsylvania State University, the group was invited to Brownsville Road by the Cranmers in early 2005. Acting on the advice of Father Ron, it was hoped that they could, a third party with no ties to the diocese, provide the verification required so as to petition the church to send a trained exorcist to the property. It was, after all, by that point, becoming increasingly obvious that the prayers and advice of Father Ron and Connie Valenti, in combination with the deliverance prayers of Father Michael, were not enough to shake the demonic entity from the house. And so, in late January, the paranormal group arrived. In total, they visited the house on Brownsville Road twice. Each time, they are said to have experienced profound paranormal activity, with one member, Adam Bly, described as the group's instructor and advisor, supposedly being scratched on the forehead. Blood, so Bob Cramner informs us in his book, ran down Bly's face, with others in the group witnessing it as it happened. They also detected temperature anomalies and experienced equipment malfunctions. Perhaps the most intriguing and indeed chilling discovery that the paranormal group made was that the Cramner's house, however, was that of a secret space, a hidden spot in the center of the house that only became accessible after Cranmer cut through the wall inside the cupboard under the stairs. On the other side, he and the researchers found a small L-shaped area. Filled with black coal dust, it is said to have housed various objects. A palm-sized amber stone, the complete skeleton of a small bird, 3 playing cards, some of his son's old Lego toys, and a crumpled piece of paper. When laid flat, the paper revealed 2 hand-drawn sketches, one on the front and one on the back. The front was a simple, idyllic image that seemed to be the view from the back garden of the house at sunset. The reverse, however, was anything but idyllic. A disturbing image of a cigar-smoking man being laughed at by another with a pig's head and a coiled snake. How or why these objects had ended up in the sealed-up void was entirely unknown. According to Adam Bly, who spoke about the happenings in a 2014 interview with Fox 8 News, the objects were indicative of some very strange, possibly dark stuff. Eventually, the family were able to get the help that they needed. The chief exorcist of the Archdiocese of New York, Father James Labar, arrived at the house in September 2005. Aided by a young priest named Father Ben, as well as Father Michael and Father Ed Moran, he led a prayer ritual designed to defeat the demon, bind it, and cast it out from the house. When the exorcist was finished, he warned the family to expect echo events to occur on and off over the following few months. Ultimately, however, he was happy with how the evening had progressed. As for Bob Cramner, he was, if anything, underwhelmed. He had anticipated something profound, thunder, lightning, levitation, something. Instead, there was nothing, not even the demonic stench which had, over the years, become so synonymous with the unnatural happenings. As the exorcist had stated, there was, according to Cramner, further activity at the property. It did, however, dwindle until Friday, the 24th of February 2006, when a final mass was held, led by the ever-faithful Father Michael in the basement of the house. A dim, black, hazy outline of a figure was supposedly seen by several who attended. Intermittent tapping was also allegedly heard throughout the ceremony. Cranmer recalls how he followed the barely visible, smoky figure into the coal room, closely followed by the priest. Together they prayed, with Father Michael holding out his St. Benedict's crucifix as Cranmer repeatedly, loudly said, "This is the end. You will leave, and leave now. This is over." And so it was. The entity, the dark force which had stalked the Cranmer family for years, haunting their home and pushing them to the very brink of sanity, dispersed, with, according to Cranmer's testimony, the black, misty figure melting right into the floor in front of him. After 17 years, it was over. As sensational and perhaps unbelievable as these alleged events are, it is difficult to stress just how well documented this story is. Hundreds of pages of notes, meticulously kept across the years by Bob Cranmer, led to the writing of the authoritative book, The Demon of Brownsville Road. Not merely that, many of the case's key participants, from Cranmer himself to Father Ron Lengwin to Adam Bly, have spoken publicly about what happened. And this is by no means a hollow boast. Not merely are these figures clear and sober in their expression of their experiences, but also extremely well regarded as individuals. Ordained in 1966, Father Ron Lengwin occupies a senior position within the Diocese of Pittsburgh, having acted as chief spokesman, as well as hosting the widely enjoyed local Catholic radio program Amplify since 1975. In terms of Adam Bly, he, after his involvement in the Brownsville case, went on to become a church-decreed expert on religious demonology and exorcism, leading him to assist at many dozens of solemn exorcisms, and even as an auxiliary member of the International Association of Exorcists based in Rome to help educate and train priests regarding the rite. As for Bob Cranmer himself, as well as having worked in Army intelligence and serving as a company commander with the 101st Airborne Division, he also served as County Commissioner of Allegheny County from 1996 to 2000, a role which, on multiple occasions, put him into conflict with what he has claimed was the acutely corrupt local police department. A public figure with what seems to be a firebrand desire to do good and serve his community, many would defend Bob Cranmer as the very last person to seek to profit from a false story. And so, if you believe that such things are possible, diabolical hauntings, demonic infestations, exorcisms, 2004scape Brownsville Road comes across as the place where this happened. Certainly, the Catholic Church seems to agree, with the Diocese of Pittsburgh possibly in response to the events that happened in Brentwood, now employing its own Rome-trained exorcist. And yet, despite the case's strong foundation of credibility, there have been criticisms, chiefly that, if not entirely fraudulent, many of the events reported by Bob Cranmer found their origin in natural causes and not supernatural ones. Indeed, it is clear from reading his book that his political career not merely meant a lot to him, but took up a large part of his life. Thus, it can be argued that, instead of owning up to the damage that his political career inflicted on his family, the absenteeism, the arguments, the strained relationships, the depression and mental breakdowns, Cranmer scapegoated the paranormal as a means to explain away the
Puberty.
negative energy he felt
It's
in
a
his
pill.
home. After all, when introducing the Brownsville Road house, he wrote that its grandeur fitted his aspirations like a glove, with its stately appearance, 14 rooms and 6 fireplaces, perfectly matching his personality and ambitions at the time, with him always having viewed himself as a general or respected statesman. Not merely this, in moments of self-reflection, Cranmer explains how his own ego and inability to admit defeat meant
That's
he
what I
placed his
thought.
loved ones in the line of fire by remaining in the house, in spite of all that was happening there. And yet, even if
That's
there
exactly
is
how
some truth
puberty
in this
made me feel.
argument, that does not explain the inescapably paranormal happenings said to have occurred in the house. The manifestations of black-robed figures, the blood-like substance dripping from the walls. Certainly, Cranmer went to great effort to ensure that these phenomena were well documented by not merely inviting several different sorts of people into his home to witness them, but also by keeping and cataloguing artifacts, including strips of the stained wallpaper, various bent and broken crosses and crucifixes said to have been attacked by the entity, and strange photographs of spectral manifestations. He was even able to send a sample of the peculiar liquid to a laboratory. Not blood, it contained mildew, spores, and disturbingly, skin cells. Precisely what it was, or how it got onto the walls, was never determined. Then there are the claims which address why the activity manifested in the house at all. The Native American killings, the diabolical doctor, the curse.
Black market.
In terms of the former, Cranmer was extraordinarily able to confirm the grave site under the oak tree by hiring a company to use ground-penetrating radar. Their report concluded that their findings of a man-made disturbance were consistent with an excavated gravesite. In addition to this, Cranmer, through his own archival research, was also able to find a letter dating to the 31st of March 1792, which references the wife of a Deliverance Brown having been killed along with her 3 children. Written by Isaac Craig, the commander of the nearby Fort Pitt, to the Secretary of War during the Northwest Indian War, Henry Knox, it is suggested that this tragedy is the one which engendered the Oak Tree gravesite. As for the 1920s Doctor, he too has been confirmed as a real historical figure. Records show that a Dr. James Merton Mahan did live on Brownsville Road at number 3233, with the wealthy pediatrician having a questionable local reputation. Whilst it is, of course, impossible to prove whether or not he rented rooms at the other Brownsville Road house, let alone if he performed illegal medical procedures, it has been said by, astonishingly, one of his own granddaughters that he had an evil, child-hating demeanor, with her early memories including having shoes thrown at her by him when she was just a toddler. Today, 3406 Brownsville Road goes by a different name, Grand Oaks Manor. It was changed by Cranmer to honour the old oak tree which marks the grave of the mother and her 3 children. The house is also known as the Brownsville Road House Bed and Breakfast, with Cranmer having converted it into such in November 2019, after his marriage of 37 years fell apart in the aftermath of the unexpected death of his and Lisa's son, David. And contrary to what you might think, the B&B is not marketed as a dark tourism location. There is no spooky decor, neither are there candlelit ghost stories or jump scares. Instead, it is presented as a charming and delightfully decorated historic manor, serving daily breakfast and romantic afternoon teas. Hardly a demon house. Indeed, in a 2019 interview with a local news outlet in which he announced the opening of the new B&B, Cranmer addressed the issue of the building's demonic reputation by saying, "Certainly, there will be people who come to visit the house because of the book, and you are welcome to do that, but I'm not looking for ghost hunter teams. We don't want mediums here to do seances, nothing like that, because we worked really hard to clean that stuff out of this house." As far as he is concerned, that terrible chapter in his life is over. And so, whatever you might think of it, the demon of Brownsville Road was very real to Bob Cranmer and his family. It was traumatic, chaotic, painful, and very almost destroyed his family. As he closes in his book, pure evil does exist. It can be openly and aggressively malevolent, but above all, it proves the existence of the divine. For without darkness, there cannot be light. Changing gears to something extraterrestrial now, the Ripperston Farm case provided a unique opportunity for myself and Eric to actually travel to the location of where all of the strange alien goings-on was said to have taken place. So we do include some footage directly from Ripperston Farm and the surrounding area of St. Bride's Bay within this upcoming video. And if you do want more, then afterwards hop over to my second channel, Laura Roughton, where you'll see another video that Eric and I filmed when we were in the area exploring, and we actually did a little bit of stargazing and walked along the coastal path in order to look out over Stack's Rock, which was said to be the site of extraterrestrial landing. The Coombs were an ordinary family, responsible for a herd of dairy cows living on a coastal cliff-top farm in southwest Wales. They, Father Billy, Mother Pauline, and their 5 children prided themselves on having the down-to-earth basic values of farming folk. There was nothing strange or particularly exciting about their life. That was until one day in January 1977, when Pauline Coombs witnessed a bright and fiery light from her kitchen window. It was about a quarter of a mile away and hovered oddly over the field nearest the cliff edge, swaying back and forth in the sky, gently and like a pendulum. It was undoubtedly peculiar. A giant ball of fluorescent light with a tail of flame stretching out behind it. Transfixed by the sight, before Pauline knew it, the light fell, slowly at first, then faster, from the sky and down onto the coastal path. Horrified that something had just crashed, she sent her husband out to investigate. He, however, found nothing, and so returned to the farmhouse, dismissing the incident. The very next day, numerous unmarked army trucks, soldiers in camouflage uniforms, and about 50 frogmen arrived at the farm, wanting to investigate the coastal path near to where Pauline had seen the light drop from the sky. When asked what they were doing, they simply told the family that they were there to rebuild the coastal path after a landslide. When he tried to see what they were really doing, Billy, so he alleged, was prevented from getting any closer, despite the military personnel being on his land. Such marked the beginning of a strange year for the Coombs family, and indeed the wider community around their farm. For Southwest Wales, according to their testimonies and local reports collated at the time, was visited by something otherworldly in 1977. Lights in the sky, strange aircraft, and even tall men, helmeted and dressed in silver suits. It was an invasion of sorts, with the invaders those suited figures who stalked the fields of Riverston Farm, feared to have come from the stars. My name is Laura, and you are watching The Paranormal Scholar. The details of the Riverston Farm case of alleged extraterrestrial interaction are, in short, phenomenal. It is rare to encounter a story that was not merely well documented at the time, with the testimonies of the family being recorded by multiple researchers, but is also supported by wider testimonies from the area. After all, there are scores of reports of unidentified flying objects, as well as descriptions of tall, spacesuit-wearing humanoids, dating from the time not only within the area of West Wales, but right across the United Kingdom, with the reputable journal The Flying Saucer Review even going so far as to describe 1977 as the year of the Great United Kingdom wave. So captivated by this case was I, during my research, that I actually made the journey to Pembrokeshire, specifically the coastal path of St. Bride's Bay, close to where Pauline and her family, as well as many others, are said to have witnessed both unexplained craft and figures. And so, if you would like to see some of what I got up to there, I invite you to click through to my recently launched second channel, Laura Router, after this to watch that video. Before then, however, let us examine the details of this tremendous series of events. After Pauline's sighting of the giant ball of fluorescent light which fell from the sky on the 14th of January, the Coombs family did all that they could to dismiss the incident. As ever, there was work to be done on the farm, meaning there was no place for strangeness or silliness. Even so, the appearance of a vast number of military personnel on the coastal path of St. Bride's the next day was unsettling, and in the words of the down-to-earth dairyman Billy, damn strange. What is more, over the next few weeks, further strangeness is said to have haunted the family. In particular, the household supposedly suffered many electrical problems. Fuses in farm machinery, including milking machines, repeatedly blew. Dozens of light bulbs exploded, sometimes immediately after they were put in. And impressively, 2 television sets overloaded in the space of 2 weeks, resulting in all their wiring being burned out. 5 different repairmen were called to the farm, but the cause was a mystery, with the TVs being unable to be fixed. Consequently, the Coombs family got into somewhat of a habit of having repairmen and electricians come to Riverston Farm so as to attempt to fix their appliances and confirm that their electrical wiring was safe. According to The Uninvited, a book first published by Clive Harold Stutter in 1979 after interviewing the family so as to preserve their experiences, none of the tradespeople called to the farm were able to offer any sort of insight into why the malfunctions were happening. The possibility of rewiring the whole house was floated about, but more, it seems, in an act of desperation than anything that would have actually resolved the issues. For indeed, whilst more televisions continued to overload, the family's car, most certainly not wired into the rest of the house, also suffered electrical problems. Only a few weeks after the initial incident, Pauline was driving, along with 3 of her children, close to Littlehaven, on the final 3-mile stretch of gloomy country lane that would take them home to Riverston Farm. It was night, and it was against the black of the sky that a 10-year-old Kieran, one of the Coombs' sons, saw a peculiar light speed out of the darkness. The light was supposedly a fiery orange globe about the size of a football, around 100 yards away and no more than 12 feet off the road. Moving quickly, it looked to be travelling towards them as if it were about to collide with the car. Terrified, with her children, Kieran and his 8-year-old twin sisters Leanne and Joanne screaming in the passenger seats, Pauline put her foot down so as to accelerate under the seemingly falling object. And yet it never hit them. The ball of light, so as described in The Uninvited, sped over them, shortly dazzling her and lighting the car up as it did. Watching through the back window of the car, Kieran then saw it stop and bizarrely change direction so as to follow the vehicle. Hedge-hopping alongside the car for more than a mile, Pauline was able to see it out of the driver's side window, with it maintaining both speed and direction with the car. It was said to have been like a gleaming orange football, dazzling bright with a white torch-like beam of light shining down from underneath it. As the by now horrified family approached the farm, the car's headlights are said to have started to dullen and ultimately fail, followed by the engine itself cutting out. When this happened, the orange light moved over the top of the car, illuminating the entire vehicle. With home in sight, Pauline and her children abandoned the car and ran to the house, screaming for Billy and their oldest son Clinton to help them. Rushing outside to investigate, they are said to have found the car bathed in a ray of white light emanating from the orange globe of light that hung motionless over it. It then supposedly moved on and vanished over the house and in the direction of the cliff edge. Speaking to the Western Telegraph about the happening on the 14th of April that same year, Pauline described how she and her family were all very frightened, especially the children, who were in tears. And so it was that the light Pauline Coombs had first seen falling from the sky over the coastal path in January was now active, seemingly, on the roads around the family's farm. Before too long, it became clear to the family that these events were not merely sinister, but had no intention of stopping. After all, according to several incidents described in Clive Harold Stutter's The Uninvited, there was something inside of the Coombs' house. In one example, on the days that the television set overloaded and broke, one of the family's daughters, Leanne, is said to have been disturbed on both occasions by a giant shadowy figure waking her in the night before drifting noiselessly out of the room across the landing. From there, it went into her parents' bedroom. When she later told this to her father, Billy told her what she had seen was not real and just a dream, and that she should stop scaring her siblings. And yet, there was plenty of other incidents to do the scaring for her, with even Clinton, her oldest brother, and so we are led to believe, a sober, sensible, and hard-working young man, reporting hearing strange noises in the farmhouse, including those which sounded like a generator just outside of the window whilst he was having a bath. The low-pitch humming supposedly came through the closed window and filled the room around him, causing him to jump out of the bath and flee in fear. Before too long, the entire family was on edge. Not merely that, they were experiencing behavioral changes also. Billy, usually cheerful, was often irritated and impatient. The children were becoming more and more withdrawn. Even the family's dog, a black Labrador called Blackie, was acting differently. Such reached a peak in the spring of 1977 when, one night around midnight, as Pauline and Billy were watching the film together in the living room, the animal became restless. According to the narrative presented in the 1979 book The Uninvited, and also via Pauline's December 1977 interview with BBC News reporter David Allen, Billy had fallen asleep whilst watching the film. Pauline continued to watch alone, but struggled to pay attention to the television on account of, first, their dog's behavior, and second, the appearance of lights akin to car headlights outside the window, seemingly coming down their driveway. There was no sound associated with the lights, with them simply stopping some distance away, not coming any closer to the house. Such caused a constant flickering in the window. Given the time of day and the rural location of the farm, Pauline could not understand why there would be lights outside the house. Regardless, she chose to ignore them and tried to watch the film to its end. Close to 1 a.m., Billy is said to have awoken. Upon catching sight of the window, he was horrified. Far from there simply being the lights Pauline had previously seen, there was allegedly a towering humanoid figure standing in the window. So much bigger than a man, the figure is said to have been about 7 feet tall, and the width of the window, which is 3 feet wide. Such an intimidating size meant that neither Billy nor Pauline could see the top of the figure, with only the bottom of its head visible to them. It was wearing a helmet, its visor presenting a blacked-out face. As for the rest of it, its body, possibly suited, was said to be silver and glowing. Pauline was instructed to run upstairs to check on the children. Meanwhile, Billy scrambled for the telephone, watching with horror as the otherworldly being moved so as to press an outstretched gloved hand against the window. Its palm to the glass, the lights in the house then began to flicker, as did the television, with even the window pane itself supposedly vibrating. All the while, the family's dog is said to have crouched in the corner, howling in absolute instinctual terror, teeth bared. All Billy could do was watch, disbelieving and paralyzed with fear, willing first his neighbor and then the police to pick up the phone. By the time the neighboring farmer and 2 young Broadhaven constables arrived, the figure was gone. The only traces of the silver-suited man to be found were giant footprints in the flower bed, as well as the scorched remnants of a rose bush beside the window, proving, seemingly, that whatever had been standing there had not only been enormous, but also capable of killing the plant merely by standing in close proximity to it. Speaking to the BBC later in the year, Pauline found that the appearance of the figure at the family's window was undoubtedly the most terrifying experience of it all. Unfortunately for the Coombs, this would not be the only time that they saw a silver-suited figure on their farm. Sometime after the window sighting, the twins Leanne and Joanne are said to have rushed into the house, reporting to have seen someone dressed in silver, very tall with a helmet and a blacked-out face, at the bottom of one of the farm's fields. They had been playing together outside when they saw the figure floating, supposedly, across the ground towards them and through the hedge. Terrified, the girls followed the figure into the next field, only to witness an enormous silver saucer thing with lights and windows all around it and a kind of ladder coming from a door. It is implied that the helmet-wearing humanoid left behind the ship, which the Coombs twins observed writhing on the ground before joining a bigger saucer in the sky. Together, the 2 unidentified ships are said to have flown away very fast and without any noise across the field and towards the cliff edge. Allegedly, despite being said to have floated, yet more giant footsteps were discovered, observed by Pauline and others, with there being 2 normal human paces between each oversized print. A scorched circle of grass, at least 50 feet in diameter, was also discovered where the ship was claimed to have stood. Later that same day, Pauline apparently saw the figure again from a window in the house. Described in The Uninvited, it is said to have lurked just beyond the illuminated part of the lawn, in the dark of the driveway. Again, tall, silver, luminous, it was unmistakable as the same figure as the others which had been seen around the farm. Glowing eerily in the dark, Pauline claimed that it floated slowly up the drive and past the house, with its arms rigidly at its sides. She watched it for a brief moment, after which it disappeared into the dark. Eerily the next morning, Pauline is said to have woken to find her arm inflamed, swollen and irritated and difficult to move. Not only that, she had woken late, something highly uncharacteristic for the young farmer's wife, being overwhelmed by feelings of fatigue. When her family saw her injury, her daughter Leanne spoke of how she had supposedly once again seen something strange wandering the farmhouse at night. Similar to the giant shadowy figure which had disturbed her at the start of the year, she claimed to have seen a silver hand drift through the door and into her mother's bedroom. Her father, Billy, had been tending to a heifer that night, and so little Leanne had been sleeping in bed with her mother. The disembodied silver hand reportedly drifted over to Pauline and touched her arm. Such was, so the girl claimed, the cause of her mother's injury. It is said that it took 3 weeks for Pauline's arm to heal. Without a doubt, these claims are sensational. The frequent appearance of humanoids is one thing. Their ability to enter the Coombs family home and cause injury to them is another. And yet they, the Coombs, were not the only people in the area to report encounters with such entities. Incredibly, and most chillingly, reports from the time in publications including Flying Saucer Review proved that they were not alone in their claims. For example, in an edition published in June 1977, the journal details how, on the 17th of March, on the northeast side of St. Bride's Bay, a 17-year-old Stephen Taylor saw a tall male figure standing by a farm gate. The figure was, so the young man reported, wearing a sort of semi-transparent suit. Upon being spotted, the strange humanoid is then said to have approached Taylor, thoroughly terrifying him and causing him to flee home. Earlier that same night, Taylor had supposedly seen a strange light in the sky, a pear-drop shape of glowing orange, somewhat reminiscent of that which Pauline spotted earlier that year in January. Then, again, this time in an edition published in August, there was a highly detailed interview with Rosa Grenville, the owner of the Haven Fort Hotel, who claimed to have observed 2 long-legged figures standing beside a UFO in the field beside her home. It was around 2 in the morning on the 19th of April 1977, and the figures were said to have been 6.5 or 7 foot tall and dressed head to toe in a sort of white plasticated suit. They, so the hotel owner explained to her interviewers, had longish arms because they seemed to be measuring something outside of the craft. Watching via a pair of binoculars from her window, Granville saw them climb the bankside, turning round and observing. Unsettlingly, the figures were said to have had no features at all. Both simply possessed a blank face. No eyes, no mouths, nothing. When they were finished, they returned to the craft, which lifted and shot off into the night sky and across the bay. It is unclear for how long the hotel owner observed the strange scene. However, one intriguing and undoubtedly unsettling detail is that both her bedside radio, plugged into the mains power, and her mechanical bedside clock stopped running on the night of the encounter. The time at which they stopped was 3:30 a.m. Even one of Pauline Coombs' young family members, her 11-year-old nephew Mark Marston, is said to have seen a silver-suited, helmet-wearing figure who drifted through a closed farm gate. The boy was left terrified and was most certainly, according to his parents, not one to make up stories. He had, after all, screamed and cried all the way home. And so, adults and children alike seem to have witnessed odd humanoids, with perhaps the most famous of the related sightings being those which came from the nearby Broadhaven school. Early on in the year, on Friday the 4th of February, some 15 school children are said to have observed not merely a UFO, which supposedly landed near their school, but also at least one man come from it wearing a silver suit and being generally very scary. According to a 9-year-old Jeremy Passmore, we felt very scared. One of his friends, another 9-year-old called David George, wanted someone to go to the toilet with him afterwards out of fear. With another boy again, Tudor Owen Lloyd-Jones, aged 10, nearly crying because he was so scared that he was going to be disintegrated. Another child again is claimed to have been so fear-gripped that he injured his leg after he fell whilst running away. One would think that the boys had truly seen something strange in order to warrant such a hysterical response. Thus, it is clear that the Coombs family were not the only ones within the St. Bride's Bay area to experience the strange and quite possibly otherworldly that year. Indeed, a rich tapestry of related testimonies are easily uncovered when one knows where to look. with it being quite impossible to document all that happened in 1977 within a single video. Even when focusing on the Coombs themselves, it is difficult to surmise just how much the family experienced over the course of the year. For by December and the ultimate conclusion of the phenomena, they had endured all manner of electrical anomalies at the farm. Several encounters, both distant and close, with strange, seemingly extraterrestrial, silver-suited figures, abundant sightings of ships and lights in the sky, large circular scorch marks in their fields, bumps and bangs throughout the house, and inexplicable behavioral changes within the family. It is even claimed that the Coombs were forced to put their dog to sleep after he was driven insane by what he had seen at the window of the house. His behavior, so the author of The Uninvited relayed, became progressively more erratic and unpredictable after the shocking nighttime incident, with him running in circles, snarling and
My
howling
luck
eastward,
stat
looking
is
to where the
crazy
figure had been.
right now.
The
For
animal
not even
was,
having
so we are
perfection.
told, destroyed by the otherworldly sighting. And Blackie was not the only animal on the farm to be affected. It is also recorded that the Coombs' livelihood, their herd of dairy cows, suffered, with them, the entire herd, being somehow teleported on and off the farm by mysterious lights. No doubt this is a highly dubious claim, and yet many, including the naturally skeptic Billy, as well as other farmers in the area who found the relocated cows rampaging through their fences and fields, attested to the, at one point, irritatingly frequent happening. No amount of locks or chains could, so it is reported, keep the bovine in their barn. They would be found elsewhere, transported within a matter of seconds, even after Billy had just rounded them up and returned them from a previous teleportation. During one tragic occurrence, on the 10th of September 1977, an allegedly teleported cow died after becoming entangled in an electric fence. Chillingly, the stakes of the case are said to have risen even further with the arrival of strange men at Rickerston Farm. Recorded in Clive Harold Stutter's The Uninvited, the Coombs family spoke of the day Pauline returned home to find her and Billy's eldest son, Clinton, cowering inside the house. White as a sheet and looking badly shaken, he was reluctant to open the door for his mother, with the safety chain engaged. Apparently, so Clinton explained, 2 men had arrived at the farm. They had only just left, and yet Pauline had not passed anyone on the driveway. Explaining further, the unsettled young man supposedly told his mother that the men weren't really men. They had not been, so he stated, human. Said to have pulled up to the farmhouse in an enormous silver car. One had stayed in the vehicle while the other approached the house. Clinton had been able to see both, and they were eerily identical. Both with dark-coloured suits on, both very tall and thin, both with dark, slicked-back hair and abnormally large foreheads. The one who walked into the house, so Clinton explained, glided rather than
Oh
walked.
yeah, yep,
He had
just
hardly
beat
been
it.
moving his arms and looked, according to the terrified young man, entirely wrong. It was like an illusion, he said. Locking the doors to the house, Clinton had retreated upstairs and continued to watch the odd visitor from the window. The dark-suited figure had then tried to open the front and then the back door.
Alrighty, I'm going to bed. I'm dead. Bye bye.